and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you deny funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Again, Charlie, I miss you all. Thank you so much for the love and support. If you are joining my YouTube channel for the first time, don't forget to subscribe, don't forget to like, don't forget to share and share and share and share and share. So Laurie Lawson and I decided a place to camp for a night, and we decided to drive to the central region of Ghana. Guys, when I say red road, Laurie, tell them, when we say red road, this is what a typical red road looks like. But one thing about this kind of roads is that it gives you the best views, and so you can be assured of like where you are going. It's going to be worth it. It's going to be worth it. So yeah, you guys are coming along with us, right? Yep. Let's go. Let's go. After 2 hours drive from Accra, we go to our destination, which is the Tills Beach Resort. Come on, let's go. Let's have some fun. Comfort is going to show us one of the rooms. If you come here and you decide to spend a night in their rooms, I mean, this is one option. So most of the buildings here are old school. They're old school. Do you agree?
You know, they are still working around it.
Yeah, but I can see a lot of construction going on, and the manager says that in the next few months when we come, their beach house would be ready for tourists and for us. And so yeah, you get to see other places. So we're going to see another room just in case you decide to opt for spending the night here.
Oh, we're going to check the chalet
out. Yeah, so this is how this is how the chalet looks like. So let's check their chalet. It comes with a very cute bathroom. So this space is $550. That's about $91. So yeah, that's how much it costs. You can't come to the beach and not soak some sea water on your skin, and so I'm here to just chill, enjoy the breeze. Come along, Larry. It's been so fun. The water is so cold because today we don't really have a good weather. So yeah, let's go. Guys, the weather is so cold eh? It's so cold here. Lori says she's fine, but I don't know why I'm so cold. I don't know whether it's because I entered into the water. It's so cold. So this is my tent, my backpack, and of course this is the pumping device to pump the bed. Yeah. Kenneth. So Kenneth is helping us pumping our bed because it requires a lot of strength. Our bed is ready with a beautiful view. It's gonna be a good night, good night, good night. In order to protect our tent, we need to lock it. So he's helping us fix it. Yeah. So that the wind doesn't carry it away. Good. Yeah. And our bed is also ready.
Let's put it in.
We should put it in. Okay, so this is how the tent looks like. The good part is, in fact, we bought the bigger one that can take 2 people. So, I mean, I'm super excited about this. I can't wait to just take a shower, eat. My lunch is ready. Take a look at this. So, banku for Lori, and I'm having rice and soup. So this is my lunch. I have fish soup, rice, and banku. Banku girl. Yeah. The soup was really, really good. It's very spicy. Lori, what about your own? The tilapia too is very good. Their pepper is very hot. So if you don't have an African stomach like us, my dear, please tell them you want your pepper mild. That's how I like it. That's how you like it. But it's nice, very, very nice. So guys, I'm so cold. I requested for tea. A bonfire night was organized for campers and guests at the Tills Beach Resort. To camp at the Tills Beach Resort, it costs us 50 cedis per person, but you have to come with your own camping equipment. Good morning, everyone. So my night was very cool, very relaxing. The only thing is our tent was too small to occupy 2 people. So I think I did a mistake by buying this tent. We thought it was for 2 people, but it looks like it's for 1.5. 1.5 means an adult and a child, because we are 2 tall people and the tent is not big enough, and so that was a problem. It was not too, we're not too free, even though we slept well. Okay, I slept well. And then also, for somebody who is not used to hearing noise in the night, this will also be a problem, because the sound of the waves keeps ringing. Like, did I say keeps ringing? Like, you hear the sound of the waves in the night. So I kept waking up. I'm like, because I'm not used to like noise at night. But it was so relaxing, so airy. The weather was so cold. Thank God for blankets. I was good, and it was a good night. Apart from that, I totally enjoyed my night. Lori, come. How was your night? You have what? Headache. Oh, why? You didn't sleep well?
Yeah.
Oh, too bad. But I mean, it's refreshing waking up to the sound of the waves, to the beautiful atmosphere, and yeah, at least once in a lifetime you should try it. I think it was worth it. Yeah. So this is the public washroom if you are camping, and this is the public shower. So this is where I took my bath yesterday, and this is my view this morning. Good morning. guys, this brings us to the end of this video. It has been such a night. Laurie, what do you think about the place? So let's talk about our stay here.
Hi guys.
I think because of the sea, we are all messed up.
Yeah. The place is such a relaxing place. I like their food.
Yeah, their food is good. Yeah.
I think people like it because of their food and the relaxing nature of it as well. Yeah.
The only thing I didn't like is the service here. The service is not the best here.
You know, it's Ghanaian nature. Some places you go, it's as if they are working there, like you are doing them a favor and all that. So for that, you can't really do nothing about it. You get it. They need it, but the other sense, they are also like.
What
Ghana. It's Ghana.
It means, do you understand? So yeah, do well to subscribe to
Laurie Lawson. Kindly subscribe to my channel for amazing content. Okay, I'll be expecting you.
Until next time on my YouTube channel. Guys, if you have not subscribed to her, what are you waiting for? Please head to her channel now, Laurie Lawson. She's doing amazing travel, lifestyle, festivals.
Oh yes, I have a second channel basically for culture. You know, everywhere I find myself, be it their food, be it their culture. Yes, I'm putting it right there, and it's called diverse culture with. Sorry, I'm tired.
So guys, it's about time. I will leave
her
details in the link below. Catch you guys until next time on my YouTube channel.
The President of the Republic. Shall we take the national anthem? The President of the Republic, Nana Adudangwa Kutuado, the Vice President of the Republic, Alaji Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, the Chief of Staff, Office of the President, senior officials of the Presidency, the Minister for Defense, Minister for the Interior, the Attorney General, the Minister for Justice, the Inspector General of Police, the members designate of the Ghana Police Service Council, members of the Police Management Board, distinguished guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. And on behalf of the President of the Republic, I welcome you all to the swearing-in ceremony of members designate of the Ghana Police Service Council. Before the President administers the oath, may I present to him the members designate of the Ghana Police Service Council. His Excellency Alaji Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, the Vice President. He is the Chair of the Council. Honorable Abu Zderi, Minister for the Interior, Member. Honorable Godfrey Ibuadame, Minister for Justice and the Attorney General, Member. The Inspector General of Police, Dr. George Akufudambari, Member. Mr. Brown Labi Kweku, representing the Ghana Bar Association, Member. COP Joseph Wachi Apia, retired, representing the Retired Senior Officers Association, Member. ACP Faustina Ajiwa Korea Ando Kofu, representing the Ghana Police Service Senior Rank, Member. Inspector Felix Esuma, Ghana Police Service Junior Rank, Member. Mr. Hadi Bin Sad, the President's nominee, Member. And Madam Cecilia Iguaki, President's nominee, Member. Thank you very much. I now respectfully invite the President to administer the oath to the members. The members may be absent.
There should be two, there should be two oaths in your file. One the official oath, the other the oath of secrecy. Most of you are very familiar with this procedure. So you say after me, accepting your name where appropriate, and your designation in the council chairperson, just one, the rest are all members. So say after me, I do in the name of the Almighty God swear. That I will at all times well and truly serve the Republic of Ghana as and that I will uphold, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana as by law established. So help me God. The second is the oath of secrecy. The same procedure. I holding the office of do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I will not directly or indirectly communicate or reveal to any person any matter which shall be brought under my consideration or shall come to my knowledge in the discharge of my official duty, except as may be required for the discharge of my official duty, or as may be specially permitted by law. So help me God.
Thank you very much. Members, may be seated. I now have the distinct honor once again to invite Mr. President to address the Council.
Vice President, Chief of Staff of the Office of the President, and officials of the Presidency, Minister for Defense, National Security Advisor, newly sworn members of the Police Council, fellow Ghanaians, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to Jubilee House, the seat of the Presidency, and newly sworn members of the Police Council. Let me start by congratulating all you distinguished ladies and gentlemen for your membership of the Police Council, which has the brilliant Vice President of the Republic, Haji Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia, as its chairperson. It is a constitutional body set up by the Constitution itself, directly in Article 201, which defines its membership. Its functions are provided for in Article 203. The Council is mandated in Article 203 to advise the President on matters of policy relating to internal security, including the role of the police service, budgeting and finance, administration, and the promotion of officers above the rank of Assistant Commissioner of Police. The Constitution has also given the Council the power, with the prior approval of the President, to make regulations for the effective and efficient administration of the police service. The Police Council, as a result of these provisions, is one of the most important organs of the state, and I'm counting on you, its members, to discharge your functions well, so as to help maintain law and order in the country. The Constitution, in its wisdom, has gathered some of the most senior officials of the state into its membership in order to strengthen the quality of its advice. The Vice President, the Minister for the Interior, the Attorney General, and the Inspector General of Police are all ex officio members of this council, an indication of its significance in the organization of the state. The effective execution of your mandate is premised on helping the Inspector General of Police build a professional police service that is accountable, responsive, transparent, trustworthy, respectful of fundamental human rights, and accommodates the concerns of the public it serves. His actions thus far have received the strong backing of Ghanaians. As many are now realizing, if you fall foul of the laws of the land, you will not be spared. Just as I indicated in the swearing in of the new Inspector General of Police, I urge you to execute your mandate for the benefit of the Ghanaian people and focus on policies which will promote the well-being of personnel of the service and help develop it into the service we all want: professional, disciplined, committed to service with integrity. Government is determined to give whatever support is required to ensure that you succeed, to help guarantee that we have a police service that the people of Ghana deserve. As is public knowledge, the Akufo-Addo government has provided arguably the largest logistical support to the police service in its history. Recruitment of additional personnel to beef up the manpower base of the service to the tune of 4,000 new recruits is currently ongoing. We have also put in place far-reaching measures to improve the quality of the police service and the welfare of police personnel, and we will continue to do more in the coming years. The Police Council should enable us achieve this goal. I want to encourage the Police Council to provide the requisite strategic direction to the police service that will, with the support of other security agencies within our national security architecture, help consolidate peace and security in the country. I have deep confidence in you, members of the Council, to meet the expectations of Ghanaians. As President, together with you, members of the Police Council, we must ensure that the police is left to focus on its core mandate, which is to protect and serve. I envisage a police service that goes about its duty of protecting ordinary citizens, confident that there will be no interference from the powers that be. In concluding, members of the Council, I believe strongly that in you we can help create a society governed by the rule of law and respect for human rights. The police is at the front line of this enterprise. May God bless the Police Council and us all, and may God bless our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong. Thank you.
We thank the President of the Republic for his address and his charge to the Ghana Police Service Council to work towards the maintenance of effective law and order in Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, it's again my distinct honor and pleasure to invite the chairperson of the council, His Excellency Dr. to respond to Mr. President's remarks.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Chief of Staff, Minister for Defense, senior officials of the Presidency, colleague incoming members of the Police Council, members of the Police Management Board, members of the media, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with a great sense of honor and humility that I accept on behalf of my colleagues this distinctive responsibility assigned to us by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo. My colleagues and I are gratified to be part of this historic moment commemorating the swearing-in of members of the Governing Council of the lead internal security organization, the Ghana Police Service. Words are not enough to express our profound gratitude to Your Excellency for the confidence reposed in us to provide the needed strategic control and direction to the IGP for the operational and administrative effectiveness of the Ghana Police Service. Your Excellency, we are fully aware of the arduous task in a world of increasing complexity and accelerating change, and wish to assure Your Excellency and the good people of Ghana that we will work hard to leverage the image of the Ghana Police Service into an excellent status in line with the vision and mission of its transformation agenda. We will roll out the requisite strategic interventions to enable the police administration to deliver on its core mandate of maintaining law and order. Indeed, the growth and development of our country and improved living standards of citizens that come with it depend on the public safety and security measures that we put in place to guarantee an environment that protects life and property. With increasing population and its attendant demographic dynamics, sophisticated crime trends, and their security implications, there is the need to develop proactively security measures to counteract the trends associated with these developments. Police professionalism has over the years been a major issue for the police administration to grapple with. It is refreshing that the IGP has started rolling out a number of policies and strategies to regain public confidence. We want to assure His Excellency and the good people of this country that we will consistently support the IGP and the police administration to consolidate these aims. In line with our constitutional mandate, I wish to assure you, Your Excellency, that we will, with commitment, dedication, hard work, and selflessness, provide you with the necessary advice on matters of policy relating to the internal security and provide the mandatory oversight responsibility in the interest of members of the service. We will work diligently to make the Ghana Police Service one of the best on the continent. Your Excellency, let me in closing reiterate my deepest appreciation to you for the confidence reposed in us and to assure you of our unfailing commitment to support your vision in making Ghana a peaceful destination for economic development. With these thoughts, I humbly stand before you on behalf of my colleagues to accept this privileged opportunity to serve the good people of our dear country. Thank you, and may God bless us all and bless our homeland, Ghana.
We thank the Vice President of the Republic and Chairperson of the Ghana Research Council for his remarks and his pledge on behalf of the members of the Council to execute their mandate. Thank you very much. At this juncture, the ceremony is over, and as customary, we will invite Mr. President to have photo opportunity with members of the Council. Second one will be without the mask.
Good picture. Okay. Fine, don't worry. Ready?
Thank you very much, and congratulations once again, members of the Ghana Research Council. Thank you.
Nkrumah. He's the Minister for Information and Member of Parliament, MP for Fuase Ayuebi constituency. Welcome, sir.
This morning, let me congratulate the Ghana Economic Forum for the consistency with which you have put together what we at the Ministry of Information consider to be one of the most important platforms for this country. The Ghana Economic Forum has over the years evolved into the most credible stage on which an objective analysis of the Ghanaian economic status, its prospects, its challenges takes place. It has become the most believable place to agree on what all stakeholders in the Ghanaian economy need to do if the full aspiration of the Ghanaian people is to be achieved. And right from the onset, I want to add my voice to the many who spoke yesterday, urging that the resolutions that come out of here be taken very seriously. My task is a very, very, very simple one. It's to set the tone for the day 2 conversations. And the conversations today are geared towards driving economic development through entrepreneurship, technology, and innovation. And I want to make my remarks very brief. Sometimes we make the mistake of thinking that the Ghanaian economy started from the time when there were statistics to quantify GDP and growth and inflation and all of those. But long before macroeconomic statistics found their place in Ghana, Ghana still had an economy. This pre-colonial economy was an economy totally driven by the private sector. Agriculture, industry, trading, services. The local cassava, plantain, or yam farmer, the market woman who bought and sold his produce, the gold miner, the blacksmith, these were all entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurship was the backbone of economic survival and development at that time. And the Ghanaian was an entrepreneur. Our forebears who built great cities and kingdoms did so funded by and on the back of entrepreneurship. But when governance systems started changing around 1844, when the Bond of 1844 and its antecedents took place, with the advent of colonization, a new dimension for achieving economic survival and development started. Public service institutions, public service jobs, and expectations on the public service have since been thought to hold the key to our economic expansion and development. With the advent of multi-party democracy and the multiplicity of media, the Ghanaian is gradually, inadvertently being oriented to think that the answer to our economic questions, growth, jobs, development, and our well-being, lies in expanding the public service, or at best making it more efficient. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I share in the demand for an efficient public service, a public service that works with the highest sense of urgency to resolve our challenges, and a public service that deals with the things that matter to us now. I share in the view that as much as possible, the public service should accommodate as many of our young people who can contribute to an efficient public service delivery. However, I want to, in all humility, submit to you this morning that even the most efficient public service cannot be a substitute for the role of the private sector and entrepreneurship in our development agenda. It cannot be a substitute as to how far and how quickly we can move forward in answering the questions of our economic fortunes as a country. Entrepreneurship, the culture of individuals or groups of individuals in the private sector developing products and services which help to maximize opportunities around us, which helps us to resolve our personal, community, and national challenges at a profit, is still the most significant instrument if we are to get the majority of our people, particularly young people, economically engaged and economically rewarded. Orienting our people that entrepreneurship, innovation, and technology lie within our own hands, that we need to develop our own technologies and solutions that will make our society better off, as against waiting for an expansion of the public sector to accommodate all our interests, is a challenge, however, which we have not met well enough. The principles of economic self-determination, which lie at the heart of any country's ability to build its own products and services and then export to other territories, must now more than ever be reignited, particularly in our young ones. And that's why I'm excited that we're having this conversation today. Ladies and gentlemen, for this change in paradigm to occur, we at the Ministry of Information would like to nominate a few ideas for your consideration as you go about your conversations today. First, the conversations around entrepreneurship, its prospects, resolving its bottlenecks, and highlighting the rewards of entrepreneurship must be mainstreamed as one of the most important conversations in this country. A nation that spends all its time discussing issues that do not align with its true value drivers will hardly motivate its teeming youth to align with those true value drivers. If entrepreneurship, private business, innovation, and technology are the most significant pillars in economic recovery, then our best energies, our best attention must be directed there. Our public conversations on traditional media, digital media, and all other platforms must reflect what we believe is the most important value driver for our economic transformation. We cannot spend all our times discussing allegations, suspicions of one another. We cannot spend all our time comparing who is the richest pastor, debating partisan political positions, and for the younger ones, we cannot spend all our times amplifying social media beefs and expect that entrepreneurship will gain its pride of place in our national life. We must make it the most important conversation, the most important national conversation, if we truly want entrepreneurship and private sector development to take its rightful place. And so I say to you, number one, entrepreneurship development must seize our national consciousness. Number two, if indeed the most important stage in life is our formative years, and education is the most important part of our formative years, then we cannot also leave our young ones in school learning all the available academic theories about everything else and not learning about entrepreneurship as a core subject. I recently heard a joke about a young man who was in search of a job and met an old math teacher of his. The teacher expressed his lack of surprise that this young man was still unemployed 10 years after school. "You were poor in maths, and you were never serious about maths," he's reported to have said. The former student in response reportedly lashed out. "Well, sir, when you were teaching us how to find X and Y, how many of us were going to find a job or create jobs by finding X and Y?" My point is that whatever we choose to include in academic curricula, one field of academic work which I believe should now be taught across all levels of education as a core subject, just like literacy, numeracy, and science, is entrepreneurship. So that no matter what else a Ghanaian child has studied, he or she will also be equipped with the basic orientation to use that technical knowledge even in building his or her own business out of it. Number three, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we believe that the state must offer more support for growing an entrepreneurial ecosystem in this country. Successive governments have tried and have made efforts. I recall the Kufuor administration rolling out the Venture Capital Trust Fund in addition to other initiatives. The Mills Mahama administration rolling out the Youth Enterprise Fund in addition to some other initiatives. The Akufo-Addo administration has been rolling out the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program in addition to turning around the MBSSI to the Ghana Enterprises Agency. And I see Kosi Yankee here, who is doling out a lot of money for that purpose. But I believe we all can agree that looking at the enormity of the challenge ahead of us, we need to quadruple our efforts as a country at the minimum. We need to provide avenues for more technical support, patient capital, and paradigm orientation if truly we want to see more young people take up entrepreneurship. Government policy must be bolder, larger, and more focused in support of growing entrepreneurship in Ghana and indeed across the African continent. Number 4, ladies and gentlemen, we need to de-risk failure for young entrepreneurship. The risk of failure for young entrepreneurs is still very high in this country in terms of finances, reputation, regulatory compliance and its consequences. The risk to entrepreneurship is way too high in Ghana today. But if the statistics of entrepreneurship across the world is anything to go by, then not even 50% of startups will actually survive and go beyond 5 years. What it means is that the ecosystems that have succeeded in making entrepreneurship the norm and not the exception in other parts of the world have, among other things, made the risk of failure minimal and provided safety nets even for those who fail. And we must do the same, if not better. Already, existent private sector operators as a fifth pillar are doing their bit in supporting entrepreneurship. But I want to challenge you today that a lot more needs to be done by private sector. Elsewhere, already existing private capital is very interested in pooling angel investors, private equity funding, technical support to help grow new businesses. Mentoring and technical support and supply chain prioritization for younger local business owners should be our priority too in the private sector. Supporting especially young female entrepreneurs instead of seeking to take advantage of them at every turn will help us a lot more. Out of already existent profits and without necessarily expecting anything in return, banks, insurance companies, and blue chips must make it a hard deliverable to help grow the next generation of Ghanaian businesses. It is in our collective interest to do so. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, we must invest more in stimulating the development of innovation and technology locally. On the part of government, Cabinet has decided to apply 1% of GDP towards research and innovation programs. It's a bold step in the face of limited resources. But it is what we must do if we truly want to reverse this tide. We will, however, need the complementary effort of academia and private sector to help fund the new frontiers of locally developed innovation and technology. And so business incubators, technology, coding hubs, innovation competitions for young people must be supported by all of us. We at the Ministry of Information believe that more of our money, collectively, public sector and private sector, more of our attention, more of our promotion, must go towards these areas if we are to harvest the fruits of entrepreneurship and really gain significant results in the private sector growth agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, my hope is that today's conversations will build even beyond these 6 ideas that we have nominated, and that the college of more experienced heads and hands that are here today will pull together a template of focal areas to which we can recommit ourselves if we are to make the agenda of private sector development the true engine of growth in our lifetime. Once again, congratulations, and I wish you all the best.
Hello, my name is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today we are going to talk about our third treatment modality in managing breast cancer, and this is radiotherapy. What is radiotherapy? Radiotherapy is the use of radiation waves, to destroy rapidly dividing cells, which breast cancer cells are. Now, radiation targets rapidly dividing cells by destroying their DNA and making it difficult for them to divide. If a cell is not rapidly dividing, it will not be affected by radiation. Breast cancer radiation is targeted in that it's not done for the whole body, but then only for the sites that it is needed. Radiation can be combined with chemotherapy and surgery to achieve better treatment outcomes. Radiation is also one of the treatment modalities we can use when breast cancer has gone to what is known as the metastatic phase. Remember that in the metastatic phase, we really are not achieving any cure, but then so that our patients are better able to deal with the symptoms of the breast cancer as it has spread all over the body. When breast cancer is in a metastatic phase, radiotherapy can be targeted to wherever the breast cancer has spread to reduce pain and discomfort associated. This includes bone pain, sometimes pain when it's in the breast or even in the liver. Radiotherapy is available at specialized centers, and there specialized doctors are going to make sure that the patient is able to receive the right dose of radiation without its unwanted side effects. It is a highly specialized form of treatment, and we want to make sure that women who need it are receiving it from the right places. This treatment modality can also cause side effects such as hair loss, diarrhea, anemia, and increased infections similar to chemotherapy. We encourage all women to detect breast cancer early by touching their breast. The earlier we detect it, the quicker and easier it is to treat. Remember to touch the boobs so that we can avoid using higher forms of treatment that will have untoward side effects. Join us again as we complete our talk about the treatment options for breast cancer. See you then.
What can I say? Congratulations. The media these days is not easy. I think that you guys are doing your very best. And when I look at the team of people who are doing this work, I can only congratulate you and hope that this team will maintain and move on to achieve much greater things. But congratulations. You're doing a good job.
So this is me, a city boy from Accra, in Odotom, a village some few kilometers away from the famous Boti Falls, here in the eastern region, trying my hands on this production process of making gari. And the reason I'm doing this is because our attention was drawn to the story of a young lady called Dede Jennifer, a visually impaired student of the Ukiapiman Senior High School, who was captured on TikTok, famous social media platform, preparing this gari. And today we are here in her village to try and understand her story for a visually impaired person, and with the flair with which she exhibits the practice of gari preparation, to see how it is that she's able to do all these. It's a story we hear today on this edition of The Untold, right here on GhanaWeb TV, with me, Eche Atisu. We'll be back with more details.
Back to the years, I go wandering once again. Back through the seasons of my youth, I recall a box of rags that someone gave us, and how my mama put the rags to use. There were rags of many colors, and every piece was small, and I didn't have a coat, and it was the way down in the fall. Mama sewed the rags together, soon every piece we loved. She made my coat of many colors that I was so proud of.
Soothing, right? With her angelic voice, Dede sings a song in appreciation of her mother's struggles, just to give her a brighter future.
Because of many colors, I think it speaks specifically about you appreciating your mom. I appreciate her so much, the efforts and what we've been through together. I mean, some people give birth and they dump them. When you go to school for the blind, we have children that were brought to the school and they've never been attended to. Like, no parents will come and say, I have this child, I'm visiting him or her. But with my issue, even though we don't have that money, but she still tries, she still makes that effort. And I'm so proud of her, yeah.
Her mother began producing gari when Jennifer was at the school for the blind. She was losing her personal items often to thieves, and with no help coming from Dede's father, her mother had to engage in various menial jobs to cater for her needs and that of her sister.
Her items, including panties, were being stolen often, so I started a gari business. I do everything myself, from harvesting to frying. Her dad still insisted he was in school, even when we had another child. Because of the day, I have been working tirelessly. Papa, though he did 50 pesos, baby, say all the time about 1 o'clock. He came to school, yeah.
Knowing how her mother struggles to take care of her, Dede, despite her limitations, has gotten involved in the gari business. From peeling the cassava to sifting and to frying it into gari, Dede has mastered all the steps, needing a little to no help in doing all that now.
I can't just watch her doing all those stuff, because sometimes after speaking with my dad, she'll be like, oh God, so what did I do? All other parents are very lucky and I'm here. She can't even help me. I remember her telling me that when she goes to the farm to bring the cassava, there'll be nobody to carry her, and she's going to sit on the floor, carry the small that she can, and then use the knife to pick the other one from the floor and add it on her head. You know, it's been my job. I can't just sit there and be watching my mom do all those things alone, because I know it makes her feel bad. Already, my visually impairment makes her feel something, which it makes every other mother feel the same. But yeah, I just don't want her to be suffering alone. So gari processing is quite a difficult task. Yeah, because We could be here around 4:30 a.m. to, let me just say 11:30 p.m. or 11 p.m. and all you could get is twice the span. Yeah, so sometimes it's difficult. It's not sometimes. Gary processing is difficult. I believe that there should be a higher marketing for that. Like you sit here for like 12 hours or stuff, and yeah, the smoke itself is another thing. It can cause serious headache, eye pains and stuff.
Dede was born in a small village at Udotom in the Yellow Krobo municipality of the Eastern region some 19 years ago and has lived there all her life. Like many villages, Udotom is underdeveloped and surrounded by a lot of bushes which harbor some dangerous creatures, and this makes life difficult for the visually impaired like Dede.
I've been living here for 19 years and that is basically my root. Yeah, so I still have the picture in mind. I once said that I once had sight. So I know where to go, I know where to move around, and sometimes you also use the sound. Sometimes it depends on how you calculate things. My challenge here, like the last time, I think we saw a snake in our room. This place is, it's like, I don't know, it's more like a village, and so when you have to even, let me just say, move apart, you need somebody to check whether the road is clear for you or stuff. The other time, I just passed the place and they said, this is a snake. I was like, Jesus Christ, what's kind of, what is this? So living here, it's a bit challenging because you don't know what's ahead of you, what's in front of you. It's not like, let's just say that a town that you'll be free. No, it's not like that here, but it's all this. There's nothing I can do about that. This is where I live.
Yes, you heard her right. She once had sight but lost it all after an unsuccessful surgery.
I went into total darkness when I was like 8 years old after a surgery, after repeating another surgery in Kolebu Teaching Hospital. My life as a young child, it was okay. I can't really tell you if I was born with blindness or stuff. But the problem started from the 3rd day that I was born, when they all noticed that I was not having a clear sight, as every normal child should have had. I grew up knowing everything, like the colors. When we say blue, I know what blue is. When we say green, red, yellow, orange, the trees, the flowers, and the birds and stuff. When we say somebody is dark, this person is fair, I know how it looks like, and I still have the picture in mind.
Dede was born with the assistance of a traditional birth attendant, as her parents couldn't afford to pay hospital bills at the time. There were complications after her birth as the placenta failed to come out and her mother bled profusely. Her mother was rushed to the Koforidua Hospital for urgent care and fell into coma on the way to the hospital. She woke up after 2 days, and due to her situation, Dede didn't receive the needed attention as a newborn.
Lobere chane e pasu 2 days osio. Ma pe ka 4 days so. Ka mana kan yin ni ngocho. Na ike kan yin bobobo. E ba kan aka mi ma ba we no. Je ma that time ne wa here we Dede ehengbe. Wa li no ko.
After 4 days, I could walk with a stick. We didn't notice the problem with the baby's eye until I was breastfeeding her 5 days later. I realized her eyes looked so funny, so I called my sister-in-law to come and check, and she confirmed my fears, so we took her to Agogo, where we were referred to Koforidua. We were disappointed when we went because we were told they would examine her with machines, but instead they only gave us medicine to apply to the eyes, The condition didn't change after applying the medicine for 2 weeks, so we went back to the hospital and they still gave us medicine. We were then advised to take her to Asante Achim Agogo, and they also gave us medicine. After a while, we gave up and started praying. A woman called Auntie Mary called me to bring her to Somanya, as some eye specialists had come there. We, however, found out that they were not specialists when we went. They advised that we go to Accra to see a specialist, but I broke down in tears because I couldn't afford that.
Papa, waka the day, doctor. Our best count,
Auntie Mary promised to help them and asked them to return to Somanya, so she takes them to Accra. She took them to a hospital at Tema, but they were referred to the Emmanuel Eye Clinic, where Dede had her surgery.
Waka the day ho, operation, Papa. Say, Omanaka, Bene, Sane, Emmanuel, Nekofoya,
The surgery was successful, but she cried till we got home, and we went back the following day. She had another surgery, but shortly after that, she lost her sight.
Oh, Yehovah. Abango jukunga paleho, she ataya eko. Bomi na palekeleba. Akaya pe, achuno, akeyo. Kekene you over here ne kebre phone over here ne ke o. Kan de nga hiyo mi no hejio. E mango de ga ya abrochi.
Auntie Mary wanted to fly her abroad, but she was too young, and I couldn't speak English. That's why we enrolled her at the school for the blind.
School for the blind, you go to school. You're not about money never hamiska. Why job was kind of fair no school? Why be no fair no cosi? Why can the school?
Dede was enrolled at the school for the blind in 2008 and spent 11 years there.
I remember my first day in school. I couldn't understand any language like English or Tree, and a student was like, "Hey, sorry." So I was like, the person said, "Sole." I was like, "Oh, Sole means I should pray." Like Sole, I was in my Krobo language. So I was like, "Oh, okay, I'm praying." Then the letter came back and said, "Sole." I was like, okay, my Sole, you said I should pray, and I'm praying. I said it in my local language. Then they had to get, should I call it a translator, somebody who can speak Tree, somebody who can bring anything that I say into Tree. And that's how I lived my life as a student. I was in BAS, as we call it, School for the Blind, for 11 years. And I still give them the accuracy because they give me the best training as every visually impaired child should have.
So how did she go from someone who couldn't speak or understand a word in English to speaking the language with so much flair now?
I was in P4. I didn't know how to do much then. Then there was once a teacher, like, her name is Miss Ruby. So she came to the class and she was like, "Oh, sorry, why is Jennifer?" I was like, "Madam, here I am." And she caned me for no reason, just because I was talking and stuff. I was like, "Oh, okay." She was like, "Hey, I first see your bro." And I said, "Madam, this word that you've said will not go in vain. I'm going to prove you wrong. I'm going to do this." So that's where actually I started learning English. Initially from my P1 stage or something, I couldn't handle English very well. But ever since that day, yes, I think it was on the 5th of March, I encouraged myself that I would be able to make it. And I had to go back from KG to learn everything, not to repeat, but in my mind, and be disturbing teachers with stuff. And that was how I got to make it. So I think School for the Blind contributes a lot when it comes to that factor.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
The stigmatization and everything. Like, you hear comments from a family member like, I don't even wish to have you as a child. I prefer to remain barren. And all of a sudden, your friends that you grew up with, parents will be telling their children not to come closer to you because they feel you're going to infect them with blindness or stuff. But I managed to face it. I had to accept my challenge and move on. There is nothing I can do about it. Last year, I was coming from Okwas to Koforija, and I sat in a car with one lady. And she was like, driver, it's in your friendly way now, but fun car. And I was so down. I felt so bad for something like that to come out. You know, when you sit in cars, people just don't want you to get closer to them, not because of anything, but because you are visually impaired, because you are a person with disability. I believe that the society should be more educated and some concepts of mind have to be changed. And that is what basically I want to do. Like, people see persons with disability as, I was once told here in this house that, like, we are kwala because adia yebeyama adia kobi already 19 this will be your mom. People don't get that fact, you understand, and it's a big challenge. And it's one of the challenges for people with disability. But that's it. You can keep your head up and you also make it.
Dedenu oya depa otimi boye ofi. Say ye galini say otimi posama ye otimi ye bless otimi ji en kakra na ya humi. Na efi adwuma.
Dede is very helpful. She assists us when we are making the gari, especially when she knows we are tired. She can sweep and cook. She is also very bright and has a very sweet voice. We love her despite her limitations.
Deɛ ɔnima deɛ papa nti yɛni gyini ho dede tunyum wa asese ma wa wani bɛgyi nti yɛni gyini ho sɛnea ɔte bia yɛdɔn.
She hopes to become an advocate who will help make life easier for people with disabilities as well as the vulnerable in society.
I'm doing all these things for my mom and then for myself, and to make sure that other children, other persons with disability also will have the best education and enjoy best in life. Not the person with disability only, but the vulnerable and the less privileged in our society. I really want to be an advocate. I really want to move beggars from the street. I can tell you for a fact that 20% of beggars on the street who claim to be blind and stuff, most especially those who say they are visually impaired, they are not visually impaired. It's like some tree and then they put it in water, then it changes color, then they pour it on their eyes when you see it. Most people do that because they don't have any job and stuff, or they feel like begging is just the option for them in life. But I really want to encourage people, boost their morale and change that concept of mind. I really want to give the opportunity to people who deserve people. I really want to encourage people that, look, you can do it, you can make it.
Dede has a sister and 5 other step-siblings, but has no relationship with her step-siblings as her father abandoned her, her mother, and her sister. She wishes her father will give her and her sister the same attention he gives to his other children.
Really? I don't even know where he is.
It's correct. Page what? Page 12. Oh, you are back to page 12. Yes. And he is saying it is correct. Mr. Speaker, I have my research group. The spelling they sent to me was ONYUM24. But I'm just saying, for the record, I mean, this is linguistics. And I admit that maybe, Mr. Speaker, Second Deputy Speaker must take interest in this matter since it's about the Akan, the Twi language. The 12 there, the Untum 4 Hini. Whatever it is, Mr. Speaker, whatever Hini he is, the Hini must be spelled correctly and linguistically. And I'm saying that what is here, I'm unable to reconcile it with what my researchers produce as a correct linguistic spelling of that title. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Second Deputy. Yes, any person to clarify. What we got is correct? Yes. Well, this is the right one. We should talk about a group, the chief of the group of singers or musicians. Yes, the chief of musicians. If there's one person, then your point comes in. Okay. Page 13, page 14, page 15. Yes, please.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, under item number G, that's golf. I believe the word for should come after responsible. That is by the Honourable Minister responsible for Parliamentary Affairs, Mr. Osechi Mensah Bonsu, on behalf of the Honourable Minister responsible for public enterprises.
Yes, Honourable Member, you are right. Table office, take note. Yes, sir. The same. Thank you so much. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Honourable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the first sitting of the third meeting of the first session held on Tuesday, 26 October 2021, as corrected, are adopted as a true record of proceedings. Official reports. We have two
official reports. One on Friday, 18th June, 2021. So we'll start with that before we go to the Tuesday, 22nd June. Official report of Friday, 18th June, 2021. Any corrections? In the absence of any corrections, the official report of Friday, 18th June, 2021 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. We now take the official report of Tuesday, 22nd June, 2021. Any corrections? In the absence of any corrections, the official report of Tuesday, 22nd June, 2021 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Honorable members, we move to item 5. Fortunately, I have a number of recommended statements, but I have not admitted any of them. I'm still going through them, and I want to plead with honorable members that when you are submitting a statement, please make sure that you capture your name and constituency. Some statements have come with our names and constituency, so I had to struggle to identify who the person is. And leaders will have to sanitize this. Either you allocate one person to take care of statements so that I get a recommendation from one leader from each side of the House. The recommendations are coming from all leaders. And I can tell you there are difficulties. So please, front bench, this is to you. I see that some of you are conversing, you are not listening. Are you with me? I said it's better that as leaders, you permit one of you to be in charge of statements. So I get the recommendation from one person from the leadership. In the absence of the person, yes, anybody could. But where all the 5, and in this case, it means 10, I'm making recommendations of various statements, and this, and there are some challenges I'm having. I don't want to disclose the challenges. So you have to meet and discuss and allocate. One could be handling questions where you screen the questions before they come for me to admit. I have done that with my deputies, so we know what is happening. And some of you, when we go through the questions or statements and we mean it, let's talk. We expect you to come forward to discuss. And some of you don't come forward, and sometimes I see them on the order paper in the form that you have submitted to leadership or to the speaker to admit. Please, let's go by the rules. There's good reason why we will invite you to come and let's discuss. Yes, I saw that you were up on your feet.
The Speaker, if I heard you clear, it means all statements or questions from either side would have to come through the nominated person among the leadership so that there will be sanity. I think that is the guidance you are giving to us, the directive you are giving to us. I think it's in the right order. But Mr. Speaker, after they have been submitted to you, what I wish your guidance on, if the members who so submitted the questions or the statement to the leadership will be able to be notified in advance on the day that the statement had been admitted to be presented on the floor. But sometimes, because there's a vacuum there, a statement may be admitted by your good self. You will notify the leaders at briefing that today I've admitted these two statements. Maybe the member who submitted the statement either at the beginning of the week or during the previous week may be absent on that particular day. So if we can get advance notice on the day the statement will be allowed for presentation on the floor, I think it will close the vacuum and there will be sanity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just for your guidance, if you give us some guidance.
Well, it's a good proposal. The challenge we have is the nature of business for the day. Sometimes we may want to take a number of statements, but there may be so much business that leadership will come and then say, no, we don't have time to take this number of statements. And then we have to delay and let it come another day. Another reason may be that timing is very important. Timing of the statements. And so at the appropriate time, when it's delivered, it gets the maximum impact. When you delay for far too long, it loses its value. Particularly urgent statements and some statements of political value. That is why you are here for. You are politicians, partisan politicians. There's nothing wrong with it. That is why we opted for partisan politics. And so it is permitted for you to be partisan on the floor of the House and to represent your constituents. Only we do that in civility and decency. So I'm still going through the statements, plenty of them. I think from next week, you start taking statements. Yes, sir.
Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on Order 73 of the Standing Orders of this House to bring a complaint of a contempt of the Parliament of Ghana before Right Honorable Speaker for Mr. Speaker to make appropriate orders in respect of same. Mr. Speaker, I request that this House will cite ACP Isaac Kojo Asante, who is the Regional Operations Commander of the Greater Accra Region, and ACP Eric Winfo, who is a Divisional Commander of the Adenta Abokobi Division of Ghana Police Service, for contempt of this Parliament under Order 73 and
Yes, a minute.
Order 31
yes, a minute. Yes, a minute.
of the Standing Orders.
Yes, a minute. Yes.
My colleague who was on his feet relied on Order 73. Just a clarification. The provision there is clear that provided he has previously notified the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he didn't add that to his submission to the effect that he has previously notified you of this application. I only wanted to be sure that this has been so done because, Mr. Speaker, there was a similar application during your temporary absence and objection came from the Deputy Minority Leader, and his contention was to the effect that the applicant, Mr. Speaker, then your second deputy was in the chair, that the rule is specific that Mr. Speaker should have been previously notified. Can I finish with respect? Mr. Speaker is talking about civility and decency. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Minority Leader's contention was to the effect that at pre-sitting, that matter did not come to the attention of leadership. And that speaker, the second deputy speaker, did not draw the attention of leadership to the effect that there was such a notification in respect of the application, an application under Order 73. I am only humbly seeking to know from Mr. Speaker whether or not Mr. Speaker has been notified prior to this application as required by the rule, because he says he relies fully on this order, and he quoted it to mount his application. Mr. Speaker, that is all. I thank you.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the Deputy Minority Whip, on that day, I had to interrupt my Deputy Majority Leader for his non-compliance with Order 73. So when Honorable Susu wanted to come on Order 73, he came to me on the floor here. And Mr. Speaker, I put it to him that, have you notified Mr. Speaker before? And he answered in the affirmative that, yes, I've already done that. So if that is the clarity my honorable colleague wanted, that compliance, the clause is provided he has already notified Mr. Speaker on that, and that has been done.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think that the honorable member for Medina is appropriately invoking standing orders to state a matter which affects him personally and of a public interest. My colleague, the deputy leader, you didn't even avail yourself for conclave. You just came in. Habib was holding the fort for all of you. That's what I'm saying. Don't spoil the temperature here. At conclave, I said at conclave, even matters to discuss on this floor, is the deputy whip who, in your absence and in the absence of the leader, was holding the fort. You just walked in. So even if this matter was discussed at conclave, you would not have benefited from it. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I must admit that even me, I got to conclave late when you were almost rounding up with the clerk and other people. But you still put the question openly, what were the matters we were to consider? So let the honorable member flow. You raised a matter, but don't forget that you were not available yourself. Thank you.
Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, just respond to Honorable Aaron Idrisu. I spoke to Honorable Habib. The issue of contempt. You are saying that I didn't avail myself at conclave. Yes, that's what you said. But this matter, according to him, didn't come up at conclave. Mr. Speaker, I am surprised that the very rule that my colleagues on the other side insisted on, when same is being discussed, then you are now raising issue. All I wanted to know was whether or not he has previously notified Mr. Speaker, because that was what you used in addressing Habib's application. It is for Speaker, you don't answer for Speaker. I inquired from Mr. Speaker, and you want to answer for Mr. Speaker. I am only asking because that was your concern. You use that to arrest somebody's application. You know it. So I'm only asking Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Deputy Whip. Majority.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, this morning at the conclave, I was there with the Honorable Second Deputy Whip, Honorable Doyo, and then the Minority Leader joined and Honorable Ahmed also joined.
It has never been discussed, and I'm not aware that such a motion was going to be moved this morning. So, notification on leadership or this issue being discussed this morning, it hasn't been discussed. And I was there in the presence of the Speaker, and I was not aware before coming into the chamber.
Honorable members, please, this is a very simple matter. First, let me emphasize that matters of contempt of Parliament or members of Parliament or staff of Parliament are serious matters. Very, very serious matters. These are the building blocks of democracy. If we allow that to be eroded, we have no legs to stand on. As you sit here, you are not individuals. You are the corporate body of your constituents. And you are also representatives of your political parties. And you represent Ghana. So you are not individuals. The police, the security agencies, they represent the state. That is why even one is beating you and you are stronger than the person, you can't touch the person. But that is a serious offense. If you touch the person, you touch the state. And the state will deal with you. As a result of that, those special rights that is given to the police, the security service and the rest, some special rights are also given to members of Parliament and some staff that work in Parliament. You don't joke with that. You are not just members of Parliament. You are leaders. And if leaders cannot even take care of their constituents, what is your value? They have given all their destiny to you to lead them. Lead them to have better lives. Protect us. Defend us. Care for us. Make sure we enjoy the fundamental human rights and freedoms that are guaranteed in the Constitution so that we can exercise our potential to the fullest. You have that responsibility and you have to discharge it. That is why you are given special rights. So when we are dealing with contempt, it's not one of those issues that you can toy with. And I take a serious view of it. The orders that have been referred to are very clear. If you look at Order 53, it gives opportunity after statements for members to come in with issues of contempt. That is Order 53. You can go through it. And that comes as 53(1)L. And that is after statements, which is K. When you go to Order 73, it's very clear. It says a member may, at the time appointed for complaints of contempt of Parliament under the provisions of Order 53, that is Order of Business, which I just referred to, bring to the House any complaint of contempt of Parliament, provided he has previously notified Mr. Speaker. I am the one to determine. If I'm not notified, I will say so. I will hold the person and say, you are out of order. Go back and do the proper thing. Even in situations of urgency, and that is what 73(2) takes care of. It says in urgency circumstances, such complaints may, with Mr. Speaker's prior permission, be made at the time other than that appointed for it. You can have contempt in the face of the House. In court, they'll say, in facia curia, in the face of the court. We can have it here. And a member can get up and raise that issue. It's urgent matter. You need my permission there. I may just say, well, these are some of the things. Just take it that, oh, the member has made those comments or statements in jest. And then we proceed. But I think the member has done the right thing. I was given a written complaint by the member, dated October 25th. The clerk to Parliament was also given a copy. It's not only the Speaker. The other practice you are referring to is not part of the standing orders. That at conclave, some speakers decide that it's something that we will discuss there. It's not part of the standing orders. It's a good practice. But I don't want to talk about what happens in conclave. I don't. You are raising it, but I don't want to raise it. Sometimes I'm compelled to come late, to sit late because of conclave. I don't want to talk about it. So please, the member has given the Speaker prior notice, and the Speaker gave him permission to place that complaint before the whole House and for us to take the necessary action. And this one deals with you members of Parliament, not me. It is something dealing with members of Parliament. And at the end of his complaint, I'll make a statement before I refer it to the committee to handle. So, Honourable Member, please, you may go on.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on 25th of October 2021, as part of my parliamentary duties, I led the people, the chiefs, elders, youth, community leaders, as well as some organized associations in a protest and demonstration against bad roads from Aimensa to Amrehia. Mr. Speaker, in the morning of that demonstration, I woke up to the information that some of the young men had already started protesting and were blocking roads, and others were even burning ties. Right Honourable Speaker, as soon as I got to the location of the demonstration, together with the police, who had previously been notified under the Public Order Act, Mr. Speaker, we went through the road and I led the police to de-escalate and make sure that all the youth came under control until we all gathered at Otinibi, where we then proceeded on our demonstration under the leadership of the police and ended at Aimensa. Right Honourable Speaker, at the end of the demonstration, whilst addressing the people, I had noticed that I was wanted at the Regional Police Command. Mr. Speaker, I inquired that I was supposed to come to Parliament to ranking members and deputy ranking members meeting at 11. So even though the demonstration was scheduled to end at 11, we hurried and made sure that we ended by 10 a.m. so I can come to Parliament. So I made this known to the police and asked that if it is just an invitation to do a post-mortem of the demonstration, they should allow me to come to Parliament. After Parliament, I can always come there, or the following day, I would come. Mr. Speaker, they insisted that they were not going to allow me to go. So I inquired, are you putting me under arrest? If you are putting me under arrest, then you need to tell me the reasons for the arrest and read out my right to me. And knowing that I'm a sitting member of Parliament on parliamentary duties, you would have to write to the Right Honourable Speaker before I can respond to any criminal complaint that you may want to bring. Mr. Speaker, after this conversation, I went on to speak to the rest of the media men and made it very clear that the invitation that I had been given, I had declined the invitation, and that they know what they should do appropriately by writing to the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, right after my interview, the police officers under the command of the said ACP Isaac Kojo Asante, the Regional Operations Commander, and Eric Wilfo, the Divisional Commander of Adenta Abokobi, led their boys to manhandle me, their men to manhandle me and virtually held me and humiliated me right in the presence of my constituents with whom we were demanding for better roads. Honourable Speaker, but for the fact that the youth ganged up to rescue me from the hands of the police, they would have just bundled me like a common criminal into their standing vehicle. And Mr. Speaker, when the youth eventually supported me and got me into my vehicle, Mr. Speaker, the said police officers stood in front of my vehicle and continued to bang my vehicle and refused that they were not going to allow me to leave the venue of the demonstration until I mustered courage and sped off the area. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the conduct of the said two officers are clear. They are clearly in contempt of the work that I do as a member of Parliament and in contempt of this Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, I understand that as members of Parliament, we are not above the law. We are here to make laws, so we must be the first people to uphold laws in this country. And Mr. Speaker, that was the reason why when we started the plans for the demonstration, we did a community engagement together with the chiefs and people. We served the police and all the institutions that be with our community and gave them 14 days ultimatum. Mr. Speaker, after the 14 days, we then formally notified the police under Section 1 of the Public Order Act that we will be doing this demonstration on the 18th of October 2021. Mr. Speaker, the police invited me to the region where we sat and had a conversation, and the police proposed that we change the date because on the said that week was going to see the regional tour of His Excellency the President and the demonstration by the law students, aggrieved law students of the Ghana School of Law. And Mr. Speaker, I obliged. After the meeting, the police served me with a letter dated 14th October 2021, in which the police itself prescribed the date for the demonstration, which was 25th October 2021. And it was this day that we embarked on this demonstration, which, in my estimation, did not record any casualty and was one of the most peaceful demonstrations, except that the people were out there venting their anger. At the end of the day, we were able to control that. Under those circumstances, I didn't see the reason why, as a sitting member of Parliament of this August House, the police will manhandle me in that manner. To the extent that, Mr. Speaker, when I left, there were inters all over that the police had sent people to my house, to my area, and I could not even stay in my own house for the last 48 hours. Mr. Speaker, based on these matters, I wish that Mr. Speaker would exercise your powers under Order 31 of the Standing Orders of Parliament to refer this matter to the Privileges Committee for further investigation. I respectfully submit to Right Honourable Speaker.
Honorable members, Subpart 2 of our standing orders is very clear as to the procedure to adopt when a complaint of contempt is lodged before the House. There are even some instances that are detailed out in the standing orders, and members should take time to go through them. In the circumstances, I can only, under Order 31, direct that the matter be referred to the Committee of Privileges. The committee will investigate the complaint and will submit a report to the House for the full consideration of the matter. At the end of the day, it is the House that will determine whether the complaint and the report, with whatever evidence gathered, really did constitute contempt of Parliament. So it's a decision that will be taken by the House. But we must pass through the process. I myself will be issuing a statement in the near future on what is happening to members of Parliament from both sides of the House. Both sides of the House. I receive complaints. I receive information about how police service, some personnel, pursue members of Parliament from both sides of the House. And I've on a number of occasions intervened to talk to the authorities and to draw their attention to the law. Even sometimes I have to call the Attorney General and Minister for Justice in this matter. So apart from this, I myself had decided to come with a very comprehensive statement on this matter and let people know that members of Parliament have some special rights because of the peculiar nature of the position, the functions, and the duties of the Member of Parliament. It's not during my tenure of office that I will sit still, stare, and allow those things to be flouted with impunity. It won't happen. And let it be known that the power of the people is stronger than the people in power. The matter is so referred. Honorable members, we move to presentation of papers, and that is at the commencement of public business. Item 6, presentation of papers. 6A1 by the Majority Leader and Minister for Parliamentary Affairs. Yes, please.
Thank you, Leader. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, item 6A1. You said the paper is to be laid, and the minister laying it is by the majority leader and Minister for Parliamentary Affairs. However, Mr. Speaker, I just want your guidance on that same item. The item there is annual statement 6I, annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Coastal Development Authority for the year 2020. Mr. Speaker, I'm asking this because the Coastal Development Authority, I think their budget came under other government obligations and it was under the Ministry of Finance. The Speaker, the overseeing committee on the development authorities at that time, we were of the view that looking at the quantum of money going there, it must be under as the substantive minister for local government and rural development. It was not. The budget was presented by the Minister for Finance. The Committee for Finance went through the budget. The expenditures have been made. Audit has done. And now, Mr. Speaker, the majority leader is going to present the Audit Committee. Mr. Speaker, it will not help proper oversight from this House. And I believe that that annual statement by the Coastal Development Authority, if it is not under the Minister for Local Government and the Rural Development Authority, then, Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance must lay that annual statement or audit report for better oversight and scrutiny. Mr. Speaker, this is an authority that has awarded over 1,500 contracts. The majority leader has no committee under him to do proper oversight and go to the project site to see for our NECA whether those projects exist or not. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs or majority leader cannot do that. So if this House wants to do Ghanaians a favor, we must let the Minister for Finance lay it. The Committee for Finance must go round to see, just oppose the fundings, the audit queries, and all those things with the actual projects. Mr. Speaker, beside that, another people on that same sector where the Minister for Majority Leader should also lay is the National Service. Mr. Speaker, I believe during our time, during the previous administration, National Service came under the Ministry of Education. And therefore, if there's a minister, if there's anybody in this house to lay that paper, it should be the minister in charge of education. Mr. Speaker, if we allow the majority leader to lay annual, either finance or education, to lay the annual statement of the National Service, Mr. Speaker, scrutiny and oversight from this House, we may not be doing Ghanaians any favor. And therefore, this House, Mr. Speaker, I just want to seek your guidance, and in seeking your guidance, I want to add that if this House of the Republic want to do Ghanaians any favor, we must show concern on where the monies are being channeled into. And we must do a follow-up. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this because sector ministers, not just last week, the Committee of Education was on nationwide monitoring. They visited project sites. The same thing happened to health. The same thing happened to local government. And Mr. Speaker, finally, even Zongo, annual report on Zongo Development Ministry, Mr. Speaker, and that report too should be laid, is going to be laid by the majority leader. Mr. Speaker, you cannot overload the majority leader with all those fund. We created a fund, and we must oversight the fund, and we must investigate the fund. But if you allow the majority that will lay this before, Mr. Speaker, we may not be doing Ghanaians any favor. So if the items are not mistakenly loaded under the majority leader, he cannot use that in that territory. He's treading on a very dark area where oversight will be in jeopardy. So, Mr. Speaker, I need your guidance. Thank you very much.
Yes, Chairman for Finance Committee.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before you provide the guidance that he sought, I thought I should add mine so we could all be guided by you.
Yes, please.
The concerns he raised related primarily to oversight, and I identify with that. I think we must so work that we can exercise the oversight responsibilities of Parliament well. But the discussion is about, that discussion should be in reference to the referral as to which committee looks at it. Once these items have been brought to the table's office, it would have come under somebody's signature. That somebody is really the owner of that paper that has come here. If you are concerned about oversight, then, Mr. Speaker, I would like to know whether that should reflect in the kind of referral that it will be made, or it is a matter to do with who lays it. That's the guidance I'm seeking, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, this is a very simple matter. This is government business. All government businesses come through the leader of government business to the House. The business is chaperoned by that minister. Now we call Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, but that ministry is not overseeing Parliament because it's a ministry. But we have the majority leader who is also the leader of government business. So he champions government business on the floor. He doesn't do so when it comes to parliamentary business or constituency business. That is where the Speaker comes in. But when I preside over all the businesses and I apply the rules, the practice and procedures as we know them. These reports are not annual reports of those institutions. These are annual audit reports, specific. And therefore, audit reports, as we all know, are usually handled by a specialized committee of Parliament called the Public Accounts Committee. It's not left to general oversight of Parliament. The committee over the years has specialized in handling audit reports from audit agencies, including the audit service. And so these reports will be referred to that committee, not the sector committees. So it's a good point that has been raised by the Deputy Minority Whip, but the proper thing is that all audited reports, and we pass the laws, must be referred to the specialized committee as the Public Accounts Committee. They will do all what the Deputy Minority Whip is talking about. It's not only going to look at the finance, but they will also ensure that the performance audits are well done. And so I think it's proper from our practice that we decided to take that aspect and try to give some autonomy and independence. And that's why you realize that almost all the Constitutional Commission's reports and the rest pass through the majority leader to be laid. So I don't see anything wrong with it being laid by the majority leader and Minister for Parliamentary Affairs. It's only that it should have been done under the authority of leader of government business. But in this case, he's the same person. In some parliaments, or including ours, it could happen that the majority leader will not be the leader of government business. Because we can have majority in opposition. That's the system we run. And that person cannot be the one in charge of government business. It will be somebody else that the government will decide who should be in charge of government business on the House, even though that might be minority person. So I think that we should allow the Majority Leader, Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, to present these audit committee reports to the House for consideration. Deputy Minority Leader, you disagree with the Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, just want to draw your attention to the report. The report itself is not the Auditor General's report. This is the report of the Audit Committee established under Section 86 of the Public Financial Management Act. Now, this report, the Audit Committee report, which work on the recommendations of the Auditor General and the Public Accounts Committee to ensure that those recommendations are implemented by the sector agencies. So the law demands the Audit Committee to submit report annually to Parliament, to tell Parliament how they'll be able to implement the recommendations of Parliament, the Auditor General, and then the Public Accounts Committee. So the difference here is that it is not a report coming directly from the Auditor General, but it's a report of the Audit Committee. So what we have been doing in the past is to refer this report to the sector committees to do a follow-up based on the recommendations of the Auditor General and the Public Accounts Committee and Parliament. So I just want to draw your attention to the difference between the two types of reports.
Deputy Minority Leader, don't belabor the point. I did not restrict my submission to only reports from the Auditor General. And that's not what I said. And if you read our Hansard, you realize that the initiation of the establishment of those audit committee reports was from me. And so it is through my efforts that we established those committees to follow up on the recommendations that have been approved by Parliament and ensure that they are implemented. Because issues were raised about Parliament just being a talk shop, and that what the recommendations were approved and this and that, they are not implemented. And so we had to do that. And I used, as chairman of the Public Accounts Committee from 2001 to 2004, insist that those committees sent reports to the Public Accounts Committee annually. Then we realized during the course of that it did not amount to anything. That is why they are included in the later legislation. The Public Accounts Committee was a political committee. It used to be chaired by the Minority Leader. I insisted that it should be chaired by professionals for us to focus on the professionalism than politics. So as Minority Leader, I stepped aside and brought in Honorable Salas Mensah as a professional to start chairing the committee. That is how come we moved away from the politics to professionalism. So I know the background of that, and I still believe that the correct place for those reports to go to is the Public Accounts Committee to follow up on the implementation, not sector committees. The annual reports of those agencies, which are comprehensive reports, not dealing with audits, will go to the sector committees and they will handle those reports. And that is why I've given my positive response that that is the right thing to do. The Majority Leader and Minister for Parliamentary Affairs should be given the opportunity to lay the reports. I will refer them to the Public Accounts Committee to handle and report to the House. If you are getting too much inundated with work, let us know. We'll know how to help you to finish up the work. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the committee is overwhelmed with the number of reports that we work on. Annually, we have more than 10 reports from the Auditor General. And so, if we are adding the Audit Committee reports, it will be too heavy for us to carry. So I will suggest that what we've been practicing already by referring to the sector committees, we should continue with that. And then when there is a need for the for PAC to also assist, we'll do so. Currently, we are in arrears. We are finishing with the report of 2017. We are planned to work on 2018 and 2019 next year. If we are able to do that, they would have bridged the gap. Then the committee can come back for this. But for now, we'll be overwhelmed with the numbers of the report that we are supposed to work on. So I want to plead that we continue with the sector committees working on this report for now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman, Finance Committee.
Mr. Speaker, we should be very careful in these matters. The Audit Committee under the PFMA has been constituted to serve a special purpose. The normal sector committees are constituted bearing in mind their expertise. And it is largely the technical matters relating to that sector. While you have an audit committee of a covered entity doing work on what even the audit service would have done, and a report is coming to this House, I'm not too sure, merely because the committee feels overburdened, it's good reason to redirect it to committees that may not have the right competence to do that. So I sympathize with the honorable member, but I think the solution he is proposing could be problematic.
Yes, Deputy Minority Whip, you started the whole thing. I will come to you. Yes, yes. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I started the matter, I didn't know the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee will come out with a submission that he will be inundated with too much work. In that regard, Mr. Speaker, I just want to refer or to draw your attention to Article 187 Clause 6 of the 1992 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, and it reads, Parliament shall debate the report of the Auditor General and appoint, where necessary, in the public interest, a committee to deal with any matter arising from it. Mr. Speaker, right from 1992, we have not been able to form this committee. I think if, in considering the submission or rendition of the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee going forward, we will consider constituting this committee to deal with the report of the Public Accounts Committee after it has been debated in this House. I think it will help in settling some of these matters so that their workload will not be overburdened where the reporter general reports will come. And instead of dealing with that, they will be dealing with the secondary reports from their original reports. This is what I want to put before you, Mr. Speaker, if it will help.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I'm grateful for your education on how we came to try to improve the work we do up to here. And I think it's very important that those of us who just joined would understand how Parliament of Ghana has evolved so far. Mr. Speaker, I also agree with whatever you said. But just to sympathize with my senior colleague, the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, yesterday we laid similar documents and we referred all of them to the subject matter committees. For instance, on page 16, all those that have to do with the assemblies were referred to the local government committee. The ones that had to do with health were referred to the health committee. So I'm sure what he's doing is to plead that their burden is lessened. But Mr. Speaker, I noticed something. Currently, we just started this session of Parliament. We have enough time to do a lot of work. I can count only 15 members of the majority. So in other words, we have 15-member majority. I'm saying this simply because getting close to the close of this session, you're going to see ministers and chairmen rushing to Parliament to force us to work till midnight. It will not happen this time around. If you call yourself majority, you did not. 15 of you can't be here.
Actually, that one you are not in charge.
Yes.
So you go on with your
Okay. 15 of you cannot be sitting in this chamber and be calling yourself majority. Look at here. Are you not ashamed of yourself calling yourself majority? So if you are not ready,
honorable member, please.
Okay.
Make your point.
Mr. Speaker. All right. Okay.
Honorable member, we had noticed that the new patriotic party was having a regional conference of the Ashanti region. And we know Ashanti region has 49 constituencies. Out of that,
Mr. Speaker, there are 47.
Thank you for the timely correction. 47 constituencies, and out of that 47, they are in control of what? As of now, it's 43. And so they did inform me that they had to be part of what's happening there today. And I gave permission. They came through the majority leader himself. So I gave permission for them to attend that conference for today. I am not even sure it's 43. I think it's 42. Because one is independent. And that is why he is here. And that is the main reason why he is not a member of the New Patriotic Party. He is an independent member of Parliament. Anytime there's evidence that he is a member of the New Patriotic Party, he stands constitutionally disqualified from being a deputy speaker of Parliament. Read your constitutions very well and be careful how you speak. So he himself has shown that he's not a member. That's why he's here. Don't compel him to be a member. If he wants to, he will join at any time. But if he does so during the tenure of his office, he stands disqualified to be a deputy speaker, and we'll have to look for one. So please, he's been doing well. He's been very supportive of my efforts. I'm happy with him. And usually, I thank him for learning very fast. You know. But let me say that we have one high court in the country. One high court. But it's just not one person. So we can have one public accounts committee, but with branches. We need to support you. I sympathize with you. In fact, I empathize with you. I was there before. That time the load was not that huge. We've added on to. Parliament is prepared to support you. We have the men and the women here to add Well, we need professionalism in that committee. In fact, the Indian Parliament has invited me to celebrate with them their 100 years of the establishment of their Public Accounts Committee. And I'm going to give the keynote address in India. So I've done a serious research right out from the establishment of the Public Accounts Committee globally, when it started, how it has developed up to now. It is the key committee for the oversight of Parliament. And we are prepared to build it up to support it, because one of the weakest functions of this House is oversight. We're very good in lawmaking, and we are ranked very high when it comes to lawmaking, but we are ranked also very low when it comes to oversight. We need to strengthen you. So please put your challenges before us. We'll try and assist you to be able to handle the load that we are putting on you. But I think the proper committee to handle audit reports is the Public Accounts Committee, not sector committees. What we have learned, the skills of even probing, tracking, tracing, asking questions, when it comes to audit reports, is not what is in the sector committees level. So please don't let's, I cannot review the earlier referral, but I think the proper thing is for these reports to be referred to the Public Accounts Committee. So please, may we allow the right representative of government to present the reports to us. I thought we had done so much talking on this matter. Sorry. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Maybe before that clarification, on a lighter note, I wish to be one of your assistants to India when you are going. Mr. Speaker,
you want to be assistant speaker?
No. One of your assistants, just to assist you on the trip. I'm not qualified to wear the shoes of Mr. Speaker yet. Yes, just to assist you on the trip. In case you need water to drink, I'll be there to serve the water, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, you indicated that the majority leader made a request through you to lead the MPs from the Ashanti region to meet with the Ashanti. And I just wanted clarification if the meeting is with the new patriotic members of parliament from the Ashanti region or members of parliament from the Ashanti region. That's just what I wanted clarification for.
I'm sure you were not here from the very beginning. If not, this question doesn't arise. You know, it's a conference of the new patriotic party, a regional conference, and members should be there. And a request has been made through the leader, and the leader did approach me. And it's part of your duties and functions. And so I granted permission that they could attend, which they have done, and they said they will be absent today, only today. So they are there, and I think it's the right thing to do. Any party can do the same, and you get the permission. So today we can forgive the majority for being minority on the floor. But if it continues, I know what to do. I know what to do to bring them up to speed. So please, can we allow the lawful representative to lay the papers? Honorable Kodo, you have a special type of is it a face mark or nose mark? Yes, please.
Right, Honorable Speaker. This brand of the face mask was provided for us by this House. by Parliament. They provided it for us to go and replicate in their constituencies. So I made about 10,000 and distributed among my people. So I've also kept some, and I'm wearing them.
Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to draw your attention to the provisions in the Public Financial Management Act.
Sorry?
Regarding audit committee reports.
Which act?
Public Financial Management Act.
Yes, please.
Act 921.
Yes.
If you read section 88, it states the functions of the audit committee. And we are talking about who should present it and who should deal with it. That is the section I want to read for our attention. 88.2 states that annual statement required under subsection 1B shall indicate the remedial actions taken, indicate the period, and then C says, be endorsed by the relevant sector minister and forwarded to the minister, Parliament, Office of the President, and the Auditor General within 6 months after the end of each financial year. So the audit committee statement is to be endorsed by the relevant minister, forwarded to Parliament. So two issues I want us to clear. Number one, Coastal Development Authority. Which one is? The other Middle Belt, and then the Savannah, the Northern Belt. Which ministry are they operating under now? So that we can trace the report to the sector minister. It is I know that it is now under the office of the president. So, but the law is saying that it should be endorsed by the sector minister. So which minister is responsible for it, even though it is under the office of the president? Then again, I said they should be forwarded to Parliament, Office of the President, and the Auditor General. So when such statements are issued, what are we to do with it in Parliament? It should be, the report go back to Office of the President? Yes, it is to be forwarded to Parliament. That forwarded to Parliament, I want us to clear. Whether forwarded to Parliament means we should refer it to an appropriate committee to deliberate upon it and bring a report back to the floor for plenary discussion. Those are the issues which are bothering my mind. But this is the provision of the law. Act 921, Section 88.2. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, the purpose of referral is for the appropriate committee to look at the state of the law vis-à-vis the contents of the reports that have been referred to them and report to the House. That is why we have committees. So all the issues you are raising are issues that will be considered by the committee to see whether the report complies with the provisions that you are just drawing attention to. If not, the recommendations of that Public Accounts Committee will draw our attention as to the right thing to be done. When a report is referred to Parliament, Parliament is not the clerk, neither is Parliament the Speaker. Parliament is as constituted. 275 members presided over by a speaker. That is Parliament. And so when they say refer to Parliament, it means refer to this body. And the only way they think can be presented to this body is when this body is in plenary and the paper is presented as laid. That is the procedure. And that is what we are complying with. It cannot be done in any other way, or else a lot of things will happen behind you without you knowing. That is why we insist that it be done. It's Parliament that can now come back and say that the law we passed, there are some problems with implementation, and you recommend ways of improving it. Because you passed the law, and they must go according to that provision. And so if we find out that at the end of the day, we are inundating ourselves with so many reports that it's even becoming impossible for the House itself to handle them, we will now legislate and get other specialized bodies that could partner the House to handle them, because oversight of governance is led by the arm called Parliament and no other arm. So we decide who should assist us to do that. But we have the ultimate responsibility. And so we've not done anything wrong now. We've done the right thing, and let's go through them. At the end of the day, we find challenges. We definitely, once we have challenges, there are opportunities. And we'll get the opportunities, and that will support us to do our work. But I think this is the right thing to do. Let's use the specialized committee to handle specialized reports. It's not annual reports of those development agencies. It's a specific audit report. So please, can we go on? Ni?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm grateful for this particular elucidation you've given us. The difficulty I will have with the law as presented by Honorable Kolo and the directions that we are taking is the fact that most of these, any county government will decide to hide so many of these bodies under the office of the president. And the law is saying that those reports must be referred to the office of the president. It becomes difficult for ministries that have direct relationship with this house in terms of our oversight to be able to adequately deal with this report. So, Honorable Speaker, I think this house should be looking at making sure that in order to enhance our oversight, have a sort of law that will prevent the number of such agencies being created and offered to the president. Because, like the Deputy Whip referred to, the Coastal Development Authority, the Middle Belt and the North, huge sums of money. Their budget allocations are huge.
1 million, one constituency.
Former Ministry for Special Initiatives, huge budget. Today, it's been collapsed. So how are we even going to have the opportunity to critically look at what they did and how they did it? So this house, in order to help us, should be critical about those number of amorphous structures that are created and budget halves for them to get away of people getting out of our oversight and supervisory role. Right, Honorable Speaker. I submit.
It shouldn't be a problem at all. There's not time for a seminar or workshop for us to be looking at these things. But, you know, as a country, we are used to some system of government. And that is in our heads. But not what we have put in our constitution. That's not what we are practicing in this country. That is not. And that's one of the challenges. If you have an executive president, you don't have cabinet with cabinet approval. In any case, in our constitution, there's nothing like cabinet approval. Under our laws, cabinet approves nothing. Cabinet is advisory. It's very clear in the constitution. But everybody is talking about, has it been approved by cabinet? When even you have executive president. In parliament here, whilst all the other arms have councils or commissions, we have a board. Board, Parliamentary Service Board, which is for the parliamentary service. You are not part of parliamentary service. You are part of parliament. But the Parliamentary Service Board, a public service board, is to oversee parliament. These are all wrong concepts. It never works anywhere. You can't implement that. But that is what we practicing. Not even according to what our constitution. We have to really look at all these things. And that is why some of us have been putting pressure that we should look at the Constitutional Review Commission report and update, revise some provisions of our Constitution to current thinking and the new type of governance that we have in the world. Smart governance, not good governance. We've gone beyond good governance to smart governance. That's where we are now. And so there are a lot of things that we have to do. And we are the lawmakers. Nobody else. Our responsibility is huge. And we are toying with it. Because you are being controlled by parties. But the parties don't even fund your activities. You do that yourself. But because you believe in one man, you allow yourself to be controlled and to sing the praises of individuals to the detriment of the country. I sit here as your speaker. I will lead you for us to do what we can and to update this government and strengthen this parliament for us to rectify the wrongs and get this country moving. If you won't go with me, I will leave you behind. Are you hearing? If you won't go with me, I will leave you behind. And some people will go with me. And I'm very sure that by 2024, there are some things we have done to change the face of politics in this country. If not, forget it. What is going to happen in 2024, none of you will want to be alive. Yes, we have to get up. I will make statements for you to listen. And we'll change the face of politics in this country. You elect honorable people, people of great respect, and put them in mud. They get muddy. And they are in the mud working for you. You are benefiting from their sweat. And you are outside enjoying and condemning them in the mud. Destroying them. By the time they finish their term of office, they just go to the grave. There is no way to live again. That is what is happening to former members of parliament and former ministers of state. You are destroyed to the extent that you have no value in the society. Meanwhile, all what you've been doing goes to other people, not yourself. You all know it. How many of you work and keep the money in your pocket? How many? It's just a few who might have been in business or something and are continuing and maybe putting something there. But majority of the MPs sweat to satisfy the hopes, the aspirations, and needs of their constituents. At the end of the day, after you struggle to win primaries and you lose, you have no peso in your pocket. The same people will insult you every day in the constituency. And we can't correct this. You can't even tell the people this. Please. We will lead and legislate in this country. The next politics, you have to disclose the source of your money and account for how you spend it. Yes, that is how democracies are run. They just won't allow you to go for any money anywhere and come and spend it anyhow. And then you say that you are running a corrupt-less free government. How can that happen? When you have come in with corruption, how can a product of corruption fight corruption? Please, let's don't pretend. Let's stop these things. Honorable, can you lay the papers and we move on?
Mr. Speaker, I seek your leave for the Minister or Chieftaincy to lay the papers on behalf of the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs.
The Minister for Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, please, you can lay the papers for on behalf of the Majority Leader Minister for Parliamentary Affairs. Yes, please. Able.
Annual statements by the Audit Committee of the Coastal Development Authority for the year 2020.
Honorable members, the annual statement. Sorry.
With respect, yesterday we had a problem with her. Read aloud. We must hear you. Mr. Speaker, that was the problem yesterday. Yeah. Yes.
Yes, please.
You must read aloud. We must hear you. When you are outside of this chamber, we hear you aloud. Proceed. Read. Mr. Speaker, she is not a timid lady. We know her. She is never timid. Mr. Speaker, she is never timid.
That is one of
Mr. Speaker, she's behaving as somebody who Mr. Speaker has ruled against, so she cannot even talk. But we have no reason. There hasn't been any ruling against you. Read aloud.
Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, I don't even know who is reading the... Because I can't see those below me. So please, just allow her. She is one of our procedural clerks, very good at her work. They just simply want you to increase your volume. Yes, please. Could you repeat what you just read?
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Coastal Development Authority for the year 2020.
Sorry?
Mr. Speaker, your orders were not complied with. It's not the same person who repeated. Somebody else took over. It's Edith. Edith was the one. Edith. Yes, proceed.
Clerk to Parliament, you are in charge of the table office. Please, can you take control?
Annual statements by the Audit Committee of the Coastal Development Authority for the year 2020.
Honorable members, the annual statement has been referred to the Public Accounts Committee for consideration and report to the House. 6A Roman 2.
Annual statements by the Audit Committee of the Zongo Development Fund for the year 2020.
Honorable members, the same annual report of the Audit Committee of the Zongo Development Fund is hereby referred to the Public Accounts Committee for consideration and report to the House. 6A Roman 3.
Annual statements by the Audit Committee of the Public Procurement Authority for the year 2020.
The same statement has also been referred to the Public Accounts Committee for consideration and report to the House. 6A, Roman 5. Sorry, Roman 4.
Annual statements by the Audit Committee of the National Service Scheme for the year 2020.
The annual statement has also been referred to the Public Accounts Committee for consideration and report to the House. And we take the final one, 6A, Roman 5.
Annual statements of the Audit Committee of the Judicial Service for the year 2020.
Same annual statement has also been referred to the Public Accounts Committee for consideration and report to the House. We now go to 6B.
Mr. Speaker, with your leave, will the Minister for Chieftaincy to lay on behalf of the Minister for Roads and Highways?
Minister for Health. Did I hear you well?
No, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs.
The same minister?
Yes.
Yes. Honorable Minister, you may do so.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ministry of Roads and Highways for the year 2020.
Honorable members, the annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ministry of Roads and Highways for the year 2020 is also referred to the Public Accounts Committee for consideration and report to the House. 6C by the Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I seek your leave for same Minister for Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs.
Yes, Deputy Minority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, we just started sitting yesterday. And Mr. Speaker, you gave a caution that ministers of state must be present in the chamber to do business in the House. Mr. Speaker, the first minister sought permission from you. That's the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs. So we agreed with our colleagues on the other side to seek permission for the Minister for Chieftaincy to lay the papers on his behalf. The second minister, Minister for Roads and Highways, he sought permission, even though we don't know the whereabouts of the Minister for Roads and Highways. And Mr. Speaker, if the Minister for Roads and Highways is not here, he has able deputy or deputies. Mr. Speaker, he sought permission for him. We agree. We now come to the third minister, Minister for Finance. And Finance, Mr. Speaker, you added yesterday that this is a budget meeting. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance must take interest in the business of this House, especially for this budget meeting. Mr. Speaker, he has 2 or 3 deputies, and even has a Minister of State in that ministry. Mr. Speaker, if matters of finance are relegated to other sector ministers, without all the 4 honorables in that ministry being able present in the House just to lay these papers, Mr. Speaker, who are they taking us for? On this note, Mr. Speaker, I may not have any difficult challenge, but I'm just adding to the caution that you raised yesterday. We will agree for the minister to lay the paper. But going forward, Mr. Speaker, the ministers or honorable ministers must take your word very serious. Mr. Speaker, I thank you. We agree with the minister to lay the paper.
Majority, is there any response? Or you are okay with the submission?
Mr. Speaker, he ended on a good note of cooperation. We have therefore taken a cue. But Mr. Speaker, you may be well aware that the ministers have always taken this out serious.
What did you say?
Mr. Speaker, I said that he ended on a note of cooperation.
Yes.
However, on the substantive matter he raised, I know for a fact that ministers of state under this government take this House serious.
It's not true.
Mr. Speaker,
it's not true.
You may disagree.
There's ample evidence to show that the ministers don't take this House seriously. And I am telling you that from this meeting, we will make them take this house seriously. I will allow the Minister for Chieftaincy to lay this report. After that, I'm adjourning the house. And I want the appropriate ministers to appear for the house to lay the reports. Are you with me?
Mr. Speaker, you know, you are the head of this institution. Mr. Speaker, who am I to challenge your position on the matter? Mr. Speaker, but we know, Mr. Speaker, I know that some people may misquote you and take you out of context. But Mr. Speaker, I understand you to mean that even if the ministers score 98%, you expect them to score 100%. So, Mr. Speaker, you want to enrich parliamentary oversight. So they should take us more serious.
Honorable member for Efutu.
Mr. Speaker, your own base, Efutu, yes.
The honorable member for Efutu.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Majority Leader, who is my son, definitely cannot challenge me. And so my directive stands. Honorable Minister, lay this report and I'll proceed to adjourn the House. They will come as ministers to do their work and we'll give them the opportunity and we'll work together.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ministry of Finance for the year 2020.
Honorable members, the said annual statement is referred to the Public Accounts Committee for consideration and report to the House. As I've just indicated, my intention is for us to call it a day. And since it's not yet, yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to draw your attention. I thought you were going to adjourn the House. The Education Minister is part of the delegation the majority leaders seek your permission for.
Sorry?
Your permission for in the Ashanti region.
You said what?
The Education Minister.
Yes.
He's a member of the delegation. The majority leader sought your permission to attend the regional conference in Kumasi. So with your leave, if the Minister for Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs could lay his the report.
I'm sure, Honorable Member, you were not listening to me. If you were, this interruption would not come in. Please, leaders, let me hear from you. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether you want to seek an indication. Mr. Speaker, with your caution, if there is any minister who respects you and respects this House and take the House very seriously, is the Education Minister. And I thought that was the angle Mancoulis was going to come from. He's the most punctual minister with his deputy, Honorable Aduchum and Timfojo. But you were not coming on that. You say you sought permission. If you can seek permission from the Speaker, judging from his conduct, then you lay that paper, then you indicate that we adjourn. That's what the Speaker says. The Speaker, honestly speaking, the Honorable Minister for Education is always in this House. Until we adjourn, he doesn't go. Same applies to his two deputies. But he's one of the Ashanti regional ministers who have sought, or MPs who have sought permission from you. So we have no problem with that. But where we had problem was the Minister for Finance, his own audit, ministry's audit, that he was not present to lay. That is why we said annual statement for the audit committee of the Ministry of Finance for the year 2020. If nobody will be here at all, he himself must be here to lay. So, Mr. Speaker, we bear with you. We allow the Minister for Chieftaincy to lay the papers on behalf of the Minister for Education, who has already sought permission from you. After that, the majority bench can give indication, then we will comply.
what I was doing was applying Order 42-2, consulting the House for fixing the time when the sitting of the House should be adjourned sine die, or to a particular day, or to an hour, or part of the same day. As leaders, you're trying to compel me to do your wish. I'm aware of the performance of the Minister for Education. I insist that we take an adjournment.
It's okay. Yeah, we should take an adjournment.
If you are not prepared to do that, I have the authority and power to adjourn the House. Chairman, Finance Committee, you were up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is just to say that we have some reports to lay, and we crave your indulgence to allow us to do so, so that
I am not interested in people who don't listen to me. If you were listening to me, you will not get up to raise this issue. Please.
Mr. Speaker, there be no further business before us. I humbly move that this House stands adjourned till tomorrow 10 in the forenoon, where parliamentary business shall commence.
Great. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion for adjournment, and in doing so, I want to add that we must take your caution seriously, and both MPs and ministers must be in the chamber on time to do business. I second the motion.
Honorable members, motion for adjournment moved and seconded is now for the consideration of the House. I put the question. Those in favor of adjournment say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The House is accordingly adjourned to tomorrow at 10 in the forenoon, when we shall reconvene to continue the business of the House. The House is adjourned.
It sometimes makes me feel bad. You know, it makes me feel like it's not like he doesn't exist on this earth. He lives, but we don't have that daughter and father relationship where I can talk to my dad and we're gonna talk. Nah, it's not part of the deal. I don't think it's part of the deal in my life. So yeah, it makes me feel bad, sometimes emotionally depressed. Because when you go to school and with the kids, the only language that my mom can speak is the Kobo, and there'll be things like parent-teachers association meeting, like staff, and there'll be nobody to represent because she feels that even if she comes, it'll be useless. She wouldn't understand anything, she can't say anything, and she wouldn't be there. And I thought that if my dad, I just don't know how to explain this whole issue, but we don't have that relationship, and sometimes it makes me feel good. But I've accepted my challenge, and I wouldn't push myself to somebody that always makes me an option. You know, I have to move to where so if I feel that my mom takes care of me and stuff, yeah, I wouldn't like to include her story in my life. Not at all, because yeah, anytime my story is brought up, anytime he hears about me, anytime he speaks to me, he makes me feel like I'm not important, and then the other children are important than me. But yeah, that's life.
Dede is a Form 2 art student at Okwapeman SHS, one of a few senior high schools in the country that admits blind students. She says the environment is not very friendly for people with her condition.
This is a school where they do inclusive education, that we have visually impaired here. The roads, the gutter, it's like the topography of the land itself is not friendly to the visually impaired at all. The structure of the school, how things, like, it's really, really disturbing. And most visually impaired, like, if I were to be with sight by now, I should have been in the university or something. Yeah, but yeah, I am in the second year. People, I know people who are much older than me, and I'm still in the same class with them. But the sighters do not see it that way, you know, and you get people like 15 years, 14 years, 13 years, like those are the kind of ages that are in secondary school for now, and they got to speak to you anyhow. Like, it's sometimes disturbing, but me, it's not part of my problem. It's not really my challenge now, because I know that you don't get everything that you're supposed to get from everyone. Like, and I have to respect myself, because if I don't bring my issues, you don't get that time. Some of them are respecting though. We have teachers who actually are not patient enough with visually impaired. Like me, I don't do CRS, and you have CRS students coming back to say, oh, today our madam didn't speak to us, the visually impaired at all. She didn't speak with us well. She sometimes insults us, and you have students switching to come to literature just because some teachers just don't speak to them or something. Yeah, but that's the nature of it. So sometimes you have to speak to the teacher and let the teacher understand, because there are some teachers that they were not with people with visually impairment, so they don't understand the reason why if we're giving 1 hour to every student to write a test, we have to give a visually impaired person another 30 minutes, because the braille is a bit complicated and you apply pressure too. So it's a bit difficult, but some of them they don't really understand, so you have to go down and teach them and stuff. It's a bit challenging in school. The security with us as a visually impaired. In last year only, 5 laptops were stolen from students with visually impairment in Okwas. So the security around the braille library, we don't have anything like burger proof, and it's very, very disturbing. Now I can't go to school with laptop. The reason why we moved to school with laptop is that you can't tell somebody's daughter, like, I have a book. Like literature students, we're using books like Second Class Citizen, A Midsummer Night Dream, and then like you can't tell somebody's daughter, like, read all these things for me. So you buy the book, you take it to the braille center, they scan it, and then you get your soft copy. So with that, you know, there's a software on the laptop called Job Access with Speech, JAWS. It reads everything for you. So by you'll be a controller of your own world. You understand? And that's why we use laptop most. And then sometimes you type when the teacher is teaching and you feel, let me jot this and let me put this down. You don't have to get frame and style and things. And we're using those things because things visually impaired people used to learn, like the sheet, the frame, it's difficult. It's like if I were to be using pen, I'll just buy it for 1 cedi, right? The stylus that we used to write is like 12 cedis. the frame alone is like 120 cedis. So it's expensive. So when you have the laptop, you move away from all those things. You just type. You understand? And that's why we use. But security is very, very poor at the Bro Library.
She urged the youth not to allow the opinions of others discourage them from pursuing their own dreams.
Yes, really, you don't have to let yourself down. Nobody will come from anywhere and discourage you. It will be yourself. I had that kind of discouragement when a person said, hey, you want to be a musician? Even those of us with sight, we don't even sit up. Oh. And you, I was like, oh, okay, let that time come. And when it comes and I can't make it, the time will go itself. So you have to be yourself. That's just one thing. You have to be yourself. You don't really have to listen to friends. As youth, you have to be secretive at times. It's not everything that you have to say. You have to be secretive to keep your life better. You understand? You don't just disclose things to friends. Yeah, you may have a bestie or a best friend, but yes. And as ladies, you have to work. You don't know how joyful it is when a man brings like 1,000 and you also, oh, like I can bring 1,000, I can bring 900. How joyful it is than like always be calling somebody, I need this, I need that, I need this, do me this, do me this. You have to try your level best. Because yeah, nobody is having it easy. So you have to try a level best not to be a reliability onto the society, irrespective of your status, irrespective of where you are coming from and the challenges that you are in. Now you have to get up. You have to move. I mean, move. I like this Tatiana's song, like you. The song, it really says a lot of things, and you have to just be like that. Just be yourself. Just be real. Just don't really listen to people sometimes. You have to listen to people for advice. But it's not every time that you have to take what people say, because that can also bring you down.
She also urged parents with disabled children to give their children the opportunities to be great in future instead of keeping them away from society.
Bring out your children. Let them go to school. Please, please. Yes, please let them go to school. Like I have a friend called Benedicta Entry. When everybody goes to YouTube and the person types, my situation cannot stop me. That she's with Chemical TV. She has a whole lot of songs. And Benet has been denied of good and quality education. It pains me so much. The first aim of me in this year, I really want to get her back to school. She lives in Asokore Mampong, Kumasi. Where she lives is not a problem. People come from Boligatanga to school for the blind. And so I really want to get her back to school. Parents, please do not keep your children. To people with sight, yeah, you see your children, you see somebody with disability and you'll be like, this person was not created by God. I have a student who attended nursing training, and I mean, a day before her post, she became visually impaired. The person had to go back to SHS because she did science. She had to go back to SHS and do general art for her to do something like readable. So life, you don't know what is ahead of you in life. So you don't just treat people anyhow.
Dede wants to become a journalist one day because she enjoys her literature classes in school.
Literature. I think I love that subject so much. I love it so much. I enjoy it, and I think I want to speak good English and be a journalist and be fluent and speak well too. So I would love to write very good English and great stories. So I have to do with literature, and I think I enjoy it so much. It's not a challenging.
Dede also hopes to become a musician so she can become a source of inspiration to people through her music.
I really want to inspire people with my words that comes out of us. Sometimes a person goes into a situation and when he or she turns left, right, there's nothing. The only thing you have is music. So I really want to change people's life through music. I really want to speak to people through music. Want to empower somebody, move somebody's life. I really want to turn my mess into a message in the music.
Gari, or what we know more contemporarily as cassava flakes, is what has inspired today's story On The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu. We spoke to Dede Jennifer and we are glad that she joined us to hear her inspiring story as a visually impaired person, a student of the Okyopiman Senior High School in the Eastern region. And we hope that you join us again another time as we bring you inspiring stories as we do here on The Untold. Remember, there is more news on www.ghanaweb.com for your consumption. Until next time, stay safe and be good.
I was rich as I could be in my coat of many colors my mama made for me.
Hello, my name is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today we are going to talk about our third treatment modality in managing breast cancer, and this is radiotherapy. What is radiotherapy? Radiotherapy is the use of radiation waves to destroy rapidly dividing cells, which breast cancer cells are. Now, radiation targets rapidly dividing cells by destroying their DNA and making it difficult for them to divide. If a cell is not rapidly dividing, it will not be affected by radiation. Breast cancer radiation is targeted in that it's not done for the whole body, but then only for the sites that it is needed. Radiation can be combined with chemotherapy and surgery to achieve better treatment outcomes. Radiation is also one of the treatment modalities we can use when breast cancer has gone to what is known as the metastatic phase. Remember that in the metastatic phase, we really are not achieving any cure, but then so that our patients are better able to deal with the symptoms of the breast cancer as it has spread all over the body. When breast cancer is in a metastatic phase, radiotherapy can be targeted to wherever the breast cancer has spread to reduce pain and discomfort associated. This includes bone pain, sometimes pain when it's in the breast or even in the liver. Radiotherapy is available at specialized centers, and there specialized doctors are going to make sure that the patient is able to receive the right dose of radiation without its unwanted side effects. It is a highly specialized form of treatment, and we want to make sure that women who need it are receiving it from the right places. This treatment modality can also cause side effects such as hair loss, diarrhea, anemia, and increased infections similar to chemotherapy. We encourage all women to detect breast cancer early by touching their breast. The earlier we detect it, the quicker and easier it is to treat. Remember to touch the boobs so that we can avoid using higher forms of treatment that will have untoward side effects. Join us again as we complete our talk about the treatment options for breast cancer. See you then.
22 is not, what do you call it? It's not a small feat in terms of a business. Running a business from the scratch to 22 years is something that you should applaud yourself for. That's number one. Number two, from where you started from and where the space, that media space has gotten to right now, I think you've actually paid some of your, what do you call it? You've made it more creditable. You've made that medium more creditable, and you've made it more profitable for brands such as what we have in our portfolio. I did say that you've done a good job. I would say that you keep doing more. You add more content. You try and be dynamic in terms of what you offer your clients, just as us. Let's continue to grow together. Let's continue to explore the different new channels, digital new channels that will come up, and then see how best we can make good use of them. Yeah, that's it. And I did say kudos to all you guys. You've done your best, and we hope to see more of GhanaWeb around in the next maybe 50 years to 100 years. Yeah.
This morning, we joined some members of the Ghana National Association of Law Students here at the Independence Square in Accra. They are staging a protest to press home some demands. The group will be marching from here to the Parliament House, where they will be petitioning the legislative body to press home their demands. They also move to the presidency, where they will also be petitioning the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Join us after this break as we join the group on their mission today. My name is George Isi, and this is Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV.
We sat down with them and we provided enough security, enough men to provide security so that they will have the opportunity to demonstrate, and law-abiding Ghanaians or every Ghanaian will also have the opportunity to go about their duties. So that's exactly what we are doing. We want them to have their demonstration without infringing on the rights of other law-abiding Ghanaians. So you can see this is exactly what we are doing.
And lastly, what's the assurance that we are not going to have any confrontation? Because last 2 years we had a similar incident and the police came under a lot of backlash.
Last 2 years is different from this year.
So the assurance, so that the law.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, last 2 years is different from this year. That's the assurance I can give you.
Much better.
Sorry?
This year will be much better. No confrontation.
Much better. We don't have any intent of confronting any student. Anytime they had demonstration, I've been a student before, it is always the students who always want to confront the police. We have never had the intent of attacking any students. Yeah. If we had been here earlier, you see the leadership interacting freely with the policemen. It shows the kind of interaction we have had with them even before getting to this point.
Do what we are asking for. We do not have any fight with the police. They are not our enemies. They themselves are law students. Their uniform will not allow them to wear this red. So we are doing this for them. We are also doing this for the police. Because when they arrest people and they send their docket to the Attorney General for advice, it can take sometimes 4 years. It is because the Attorney General's office does not have lawyers to be able to write those advice. We are in a country where the police have to fight land guards. In 2020, we passed a land act that says every community must have customary land secretariat. Yes. Where are the people to man that secretariat?
We are here. We are here.
We are here.
We are here. We are here. We are here.
All we are saying is that future generations should not go through our pain. Future generations should not go through our suffering. The market woman's son or daughter must be able to also attend law school.
As we are going peacefully. We are law-abiding citizens. We must actually become a standard for them. I don't want us to do anything untoward. We'll go and present it. We'll tell them our peace of mind. If the adults of this land will not speak or do not have solutions, we'll profess them to them, and we hope that they will listen to us. The 499 is extremely, I use the word unreasonable. Yes. You make the rule and change the rule. Yes. And you keep quiet when we question you. We need to push them. As we go, please, as I've said, I've read something for the pages. Let us go as a unified body. Don't let us create any negativity. And please, follow our orders. Some of us will be the best. Aside the police. Please, obey the police and obey us. If you have any questions, let us know. I will be there, he will be there. Thank you very much. Let the music begin.
Finally, the protest has commenced, but contrary to what we communicated earlier, there's been some last-minute changes in terms of the route for the protest. Instead of going to the Parliament House and to the presidency, the students are now marching to the court, towards the court complex here in Accra. They are presenting a petition to the Judiciary Service. Then from there, they will make it to the Parliament to present their petition to Parliament, and then from Parliament, they will come back to the presidency. GhanaWeb TV say loud, we are still following this protest, and we will be speaking to some of the students as well to gather their thoughts and their concerns in terms of what this process is all about. We have with us one of the conveners who will speak to him. Please, your name?
Asari Hassan.
Why are we going to the court complex?
Because we feel that that is where most of the judges are, or that is where they start from. And we think that is where to actually begin, because they need to know that we are processing. So if we don't go through there, then obviously we've gone through nowhere. They will inform the CJ that we came to them.
Are you personally one of the victims of the 499?
No, I'm not. I'm the president of the National Association of Law Students, which is actually the umbrella body of even the 499. So the 499 comes under us.
For you, what is your biggest concern in all of this development?
The injustice situation that we are experiencing now by the 499. Beyond the 499, we feel that one of the problems is the limitation in terms of no reform, which has to happen and happen immediately. Because people are being denied access to law education, not because through any fault of theirs, but because of the irresponsibility of the people in power or the people at the helm of affairs. That's how we are working this.
So we are all looking for a solution to all of this.
Yeah.
What is your solution that you are proposing?
For example, they should open the legal education. The faculties can run it. GLC can be like WIAC. That runs an exam for all of us to sit to. So we feel that some of these things should be addressed. It's very easy. GLC alone cannot run the examination. We have 17 faculties coming into one small school with a capacity of about 500, which is very unacceptable. So all we are asking is that you open it so that more people can become lawyers.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yes, so we are still with the demonstration. We are walking towards the court complex now, and we are keeping you up to speed.
Chief Justice, Chief Justice, Attorney General, Attorney General, Mr. President, Mr. President, 109, 109, Attorney General, GLC, 199,
So the protest is still on. We just left the court complex, the Supreme Court area, and the message there was simple. They want the Attorney General, members of the bench, to know that injustice is being dealt to them. We have one of their members here. We will want to speak to you. Mr., your name and your designation.
My name is Tony Ban. I'm the lead convener of the 499 group, the group that wrote the exams and passed, but have been denied admission. So I'm leading them.
You said you passed. On what basis? Because what the General Legal Council is saying is different.
Well, it's established rule that when you write the exams and you get 50%, you pass. That's what we've been using over the years. In fact, Mr. Maxwell Opoku-Agyeman, a renowned lecturer at the Ghana School of Law, has even said that when you cross 50, you pass. If you get 49.99, you will not be admitted. The former CJ, Chief Justice, Madam Sophia Akufu, in 2019 October, also repeated same, that for you to get to the law school, you need to get 50. And that is what has been used over the years. So this year, same thing, we wrote the exams, they released 790 result that they have passed. Now, upon incessant pressure on them to release the result of all students, we realized that 499 more students also crossed the 50. In fact, some even got 60, 61. But then they brought a new rule after the examination. A new rule. And the new rule said that you should get 50% here, 50% here to pass. And we said that we didn't know when we were writing the exams. This is all our cry. That you cannot allow us to finish the exams. And then you bring a new rule when you realize that we have passed. To disadvantage us. And that is our problem. And that's all we are crying.
Yes, you are demonstrating today, and you are going to Parliament, you are going to the presidency, you've been to the law court. What are you seeking from these people, these institutions? What would you want them to do for you?
We want them to impress upon the General Legal Council and the Ghana School of Law to admit us now, because we have passed the exams. They should admit us now. We wrote the exams, per their own rule, we passed the exams. So it is only fair that you will admit us to go and continue our study. So we want them, and these are institutions handling the law. The General Legal Council is an institution that handles the entire law program in the whole Ghana. So we want them to employ us, to admit us, and to go to school. That's what we're saying.
So in all these demands, there's a bigger picture, okay? People are calling for a total expansion of Ghana's legal education system. What is your group's position on that?
My brother, there are so many faculties running the law program with only one law school. So it is fair and reasonable that if you have a lot of faculties running the law school, then you expand the law school, the school as well. Like I said, Nigeria used to run 6 law schools. Now they're expanding it to 12. What will happen if all Ghanaians are lawyers? It will be fantastic. We won't know what to do, know our left from the law, and everybody will do the right thing. So if you have people going to study the law, meanwhile we are even under-lawyered in this country. So if you need more lawyers and people want to be the law, they have money in their hands, you have spaces available, you have people who want to lecture also available, and you say you won't let them become lawyers. My brother, that is all.
Yes, okay, thank you. So the bottom line is for a total expansion of Ghana's legal education system. The protest is still on. There are 2 more stops to go. The Parliament House of Ghana and the presidency. This is Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV. We are bringing you a coverage of the protest by the Ghana National Association of Law Students, who are demanding an overhaul, a change in Ghana's legal education regime. We are currently at the Ridge Roundabout. As you can see, that road on my left leads to the Parliament of Ghana, and that is where the demonstration is now headed. They are going to present their petition to the legislative body of Ghana. Behind me is the entrance to the Parliament House of Ghana, and in the background is what you are hearing are the demonstrators who have arrived here. What we understand is that the protesters will wait here at the entrance while their leadership goes inside to present their petition to the Legislative House of Ghana. Please sit.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. You ought to take it out and read portions of it.
You may, sir.
Whose line?
Oh, okay.
You want to speak to it, or you just presenting it?
Just speak a little bit of it.
So go ahead.
Yes, sir. So
I'm supported by the Deputy Clerk of Parliament and the Marshal to Parliament. The Speaker and the leadership are getting ready for Parliament to come back from recess early next week. Therefore, I'm doing this on behalf of he's taking it together with me on behalf of the Speaker and on behalf of the parliamentary leadership. So you can speak to it. If we have some comments to make, we'll be happy to do that.
Yes, sir. My name is Asari Hassan. I'm the president of the National Association of Law Students. We also have aggrieved law students with us today. We are presenting this petition to you. As you may be well aware, there's been a lot of agitations when it comes to legal education in Ghana. One of the things that we are requesting for immediately would be to admit all the 499 students who passed their exams and yet are being denied admission to the law school. We feel that by the rules set by the IEC, that is the Education Committee, they are supposed to be admitted as per their rules. But unfortunately, a new rule came out after the exam, which we feel is unreasonable and unacceptable because it cannot be justified within the context of law. Beyond that, we're also seeking for reforms. It is a bit unacceptable to have 17 faculties to try to enter just the Ghana Legal School of Law, sorry. We think that the faculties would have to be, the faculties would have to be given accreditation to actually run this law education so that a lot of students can also have access to become lawyers in the near future. We feel this is a provision that is even found in the LI 2355. And for that reason, we are calling on Parliament to speak to this matter and find ways to legislate, if possible, to ensure that there is an opening for all qualified students to get access. Until 2012, we are very much aware that the only access or the only requirement to access legal education when it comes to the PLC was through acquiring an LLB. Unfortunately, it was changed, and we feel we can revert back to it, because if we revert back to it, at the moment, the limitation is actually, one of it that I think it is space. So if we can find a way to resolve this issue, we feel Ghanaians will be more happy. We need these reforms to be done as soon as possible, because it is something that we petitioned Parliament 2 years ago about, and unfortunately it's still hanging. So we are just petitioning you to still reconsider. So that is why we are here.
I'm receiving it, as you said, on behalf of the Speaker of Parliament.
So on behalf of Right Honourable Speaker and the leadership of Parliament, we have received your petition as representatives of the people. We will subject it to a thorough scrutiny and debate, and consequential action arising thereof. You will be apprised of it adequately. I have no hesitation sharing your view for a critical eye on legal education in Ghana in particular, because I share your view that legal education is at an inflection point in Ghana today, and there is a disconnect between the number of persons desirous of acquiring legal education and wanting to develop careers in law, and the opportunities available by way of space and professional opportunities for training, including paralegals in our country. One of it, as you mentioned, has to deal with space. The space question can be dealt with through adequate budgetary allocation to the Ghana Law School and to the affected ministry, in order that they make access increasingly available without compromising quality. On the matter of the 400 students that you have mentioned, as you have stated, we will look at the merits of it and would advise accordingly. Let me use this opportunity to call on President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the President of the Republic, to, without any hesitation, and as matter of urgency to constitute a legal education reform commission. However, if he fails to do that, we still can use our legislative mandate and authority to get such a commission formed. But my honest view at this juncture will be for the president to set up a legal education commission, get a number of retired deans of the Ghana School of Law, including Legon. I have listened to the expansion in number of faculties to 19, and it's still growing, and probably to consider even zoning access to professional education, at least to one of 3 locations in the country. So we'll look into the merits of your petition, and accordingly, the clerk will table it, and Parliament will find a date to look at it. We share a strong view that legal education should not be reserved for a select few in our country. We share that view, and we share the view that it should be made increasingly accessible and open without compromising quality to increasing number of young Ghanaians who want to develop careers in law. Our governance system, our legal system, and our judicial system can only be better with adequately trained professionals in law and paralegal. So thank you very much. At least we understand that it was peaceful and no incident. We want to commend you for that. Thank and God bless.
So in 2019, a similar petition was presented to Parliament. In fact, in 2018, the Supreme Court ruled that it was illegal for the School of Law to continue running the entrance exams. Parliament approved an LI to actually legitimize that particular entrance exams. How do you absorb yourself? So
it means that that's why I said there's a disconnect. If the LI and the Supreme Court ruling are not serving the interests of persons wanting to acquire legal education and legal training as professional lawyers, we need to examine the ruling against the law and make a purposeful decision that allows you access to quality legal education.
The LI is on trial now, correct?
I wouldn't say so, but if it's not serving its purposes, the mischief will be cured by a review of it, as and when that is a position we should take as a legislative organ of state. Thank you.
Okay, so that's
Thank you. Just gone by is the official presentation of the petition by the Ghana National Association of Law Students to the Parliament House of Ghana. The Minority Leader, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, receiving the petition on behalf of the House, assured that apt attention will be given to this particular petition and further action will be taken thereof. We are still following this demonstration. The next stop is the official seat of government, the Flagstaff House. Okay, so we are finally here at the presidency, the Flagstaff House, where this is our final lap for today's exercise. And then it is worth noting that today's exercise has seen very successful cooperation between the demonstrators and the police, except that once we got here, the police is suggesting that they stay here and the presidency officials come to meet them. But then the demonstrators are demanding to access to the presidency, to the entrance of the presidency, so that they can present their petition there. Besides that, the whole exercise has been very, very successful, and we are here to bring you everything, all the details related to that. Let's delve into what's happening here.
When we make laws, we have to follow them. Wait, I'm not done talking. Please, let me talk. I went to petition the police. I wrote to them. I did not tell them we are going to the presidency. Because I'm coming, listen to me. When I'm done, you can ask your questions. I did not tell them we are going to the presidency, even though I requested for it. Now, they said because it is a security zone, the president will accept to meet us at Afrikico. Now, in the end, If the president is coming to us, or anybody from the presidency, why are we here fighting? We all cannot go there. So relax. Ask a question.
Are we a security risk?
You want me to open up things?
Occupy Ghana and all.
You want me to open
They
things?
didn't have any. They didn't even have any arrangement with the police. But because of are we threats?
I am. If you,
Occupy Ghana.
calm down.
Stay like this.
Let's get. I will.
Yes. Only thing we didn't say
Senior, what's happening here?
We law students, we took part in the entrance exams. We all passed. They took 790 and 499 of us are left over.
Yes.
So
we are very much aware of that.
Yes, so we are coming to present a petition to we are coming to present a petition to the presidency, and then the police are asking that we should stay here. We shouldn't get it, so they will come and address us. We are waiting for them to come and address us. No,
it seems to have degenerated into.
Some of us were just trying to understand why we will not go to a president. Like we went to parliament and we sat down. We could go there, sit down, and then they will come and address us. And then the police have said no, we can't go there.
Yes.
So that is misunderstanding between the students. Okay. So this time around, we understood we stay, they will come and address us.
So that's a confirmation. They finally decided that they are going to stay here and wait for a representative from the presidency to come for their petition. After further deliberations with the police, it has been agreed that the protesters will converge at the street opposite the Flagstaff House main entrance, where representatives from the office of the president will come and receive their petition. It is once again important to note that the police have been very professional in today's exercise, and considering the history of such demonstrations in this country, it is another yet credit to the police administration, especially the new administration headed by Dr. George Ekufu Dampare. And so we take a break here, and once we return, we join them for the final presentation, and then we wrap up. Stick and stay. This is Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back from the breaks. This is still Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV. Today we've joined Ghana students, law students across the country who are demonstrating, demanding for reforms in the country's legal education system. We are currently at the seat of the presidency, where they are wrapping up their demonstration with a presentation of a petition to the president. Let's join them as they finalize this process.
My name is Asai Hassan. I'm the president of the National Association of Law Students. I'm sure by now our issues about the 499 wanting admission into the law school, who actually passed the law exams as per the rules of the IEC, which has already been petitioned to your office through the agri students. In addition to that, we of the National Association of Law Students also thought it wise to add our voice and also let you know what is going on within the legal fraternity, which is normally of a negative effect on the students. One is to the effect that we are requesting for the faculties to be open so that legal education can be open or accessed by all. The exam in place is actually an impediment of some sort, which is to say that
you have about 19 faculties who are wishing or hoping to get access into the Ghana Law School. But that is just one school. It's just like saying all JSS students are going into transfer. We are asking that the faculties be allowed to run the course so that we are able to get access into the law school. The second one has to do with even people going outside the country to read the course. And when they come, they are penalized and having to pay huge sums of money to be able to do their post-course. Even in the law school, there is a repeat system, which actually frustrates those in the school itself, which is to say that when you fail 3 courses, you repeat all of the other courses. Now, in view of all this, we are requesting that the 499 be given admission into the law school, which is, I think, their right, and this injustice should be curtailed. Beyond that, we are also seeking for the reforms which I've already placed before you for your consideration. For that reason, we present this petition.
Thank you very much, President. I'm receiving this on behalf of the presidency, and I think it is proper that I welcome you to the Jubilee House, which is the seat of this nation's presidency. Now, it is very important that you mentioned that you had submitted a petition already. It was received by my colleague, the President's Council. As it is, you being law students are more than aware of a theory that operates everywhere called the separation of powers. Ordinarily, the presidency would not want to extend its jurisdiction into the remit of the judiciary. Ordinarily, we will not want to do that. But to the extent that His Excellency the President swore an oath on the 7th of January, which includes the protection of the rights of each and every citizen in this country, he has to necessarily take consideration of this. But it may be wise to also inform you that pursuant to your submission of the first petition, it has been forwarded to the AG for the necessary framework to be looked at in order to bring a practical solution to this in consultation with the other arms of government. So it is not as if we are sitting on our oars. We are watching what is going on. And to the extent that we have a certain remit within which to do certain things, of course the presidency is inclined to give ear to that. And it has found expression with the AG. We have sent the petition there to see what the AG can do about it. There are other matters that you raised about those taking courses for post-call outside in Gambia and the like. You also know that people have a right to free expression. If it is their choice to go and do their course elsewhere, it is not the presidency that can hold them. Or if there are administrative fees that are set within the General Legal Council for the continuation or promotion of this program, we have very little to do with it. We can only plead with them in some way, or we can only impress upon them to reconsider some of the fees. But to tinker with the way they operate the thing might also be creating a problem by solving another one. So as best as we can, we shall let the AG come out with some proposals or some modalities so that when they meet at the GLC level, they may be able to consider these things. And hopefully the issues that are affecting not only the 499 students, but the repeat students and the rest will be dealt with holistically and will not return to these issues again. Thank you very much for bringing this petition to the presidency. It shall be addressed further pursuant to what I've told you. We are most grateful for your presence here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So the students, yes. I want to... Make it small. Yeah, very small. Okay, a very good afternoon to all of you, and thank you for coming to the presidency to present this petition which I have received on behalf of the 499. It is very important for you to know, as I told your leadership, that the initial petition that was brought has been submitted to the Attorney General to commence work on it. As it is now, we have to be patient and wait for that process to be exhausted. We are quite optimistic that at the very least, some workable proposals will come out for the benefit of not just the 499, but for repeat students, for transition students, for students who are inclined to take the post-core option, so that holistically and realistically we'll deal with this matter once and for all. Thank you so much for coming, and your concerns shall be channeled to the appropriate place for redress. Thank you so much.
The injustice must be resolved.
Yes.
Like we have all said, we are all involved. Leadership would assure you that follow-up would be made on this petition, and the necessary follow-ups would be immediate. We, at this point, would like to thank all of you for coming out in your numbers, for enduring the sun, the weather, and all the elements to come.
This protest was led by the students from the Ghana National Association of Law Students. Yes, they led the protest and have actually petitioned all the three arms of government, talk about the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. They are hoping that going forward, a massive revamp of the legal education system and the structure is implemented. But as to whether this will be effected, the decision still lies in the hands of the powers that be. This has been Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, John JC. And until we meet again for our next episode, it's bye for now.
Hello, my name is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today we are going to talk about our third treatment modality in managing breast cancer, and this is radiotherapy. What is radiotherapy? Radiotherapy is the use of radiation waves to destroy rapidly dividing cells, which breast cancer cells are. Now, radiation targets rapidly dividing cells by destroying their DNA and making it difficult for them to divide. If a cell is not rapidly dividing, it will not be affected by radiation. Breast cancer radiation is targeted in that it's not done for the whole body, but then only for the sites that it is needed. Radiation can be combined with chemotherapy and surgery to achieve better treatment outcomes. Radiation is also one of the treatment modalities we can use when breast cancer has gone to what is known as the metastatic phase. Remember that in the metastatic phase, we really are not achieving any cure, but then so that our patients are better able to deal with the symptoms of the breast cancer as it has spread all over the body. When breast cancer is in a metastatic phase, radiotherapy can be targeted to wherever the breast cancer has spread to reduce pain and discomfort associated. This includes bone pain, sometimes pain when it's in the breast or even in the liver. Radiotherapy is available at specialized centers, and there specialized doctors are going to make sure that the patient is able to receive the right dose of radiation without its unwanted side effects. It is a highly specialized form of treatment, and we want to make sure that women who need it are receiving it from the right places. This treatment modality can also cause side effects such as hair loss, diarrhea, anemia, and increased infections similar to chemotherapy. We encourage all women to detect breast cancer early by touching their breast. The earlier we detect it, the quicker and easier it is to treat. Remember to touch the boobs so that we can avoid using higher forms of treatment that will have untoward side effects. Join us again as we complete our talk about the treatment options for breast cancer. See you then.
It gives me great privilege to congratulate GhanaWeb on your 22nd anniversary. You have been a trailblazer in providing accurate and timely news, and we salute you on all your achievements and accomplishments. We wish you another 22 years of top-notch professional journalism. So congratulations once again, and keep up the good job.
Hello, my name is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today we are going to talk about our third treatment modality in managing breast cancer, and this is radiotherapy. What is radiotherapy? Radiotherapy is the use of radiation waves to destroy rapidly dividing cells, which breast cancer cells are. Now, radiation targets rapidly dividing cells by destroying their DNA and making it difficult for them to divide. If a cell is not rapidly dividing, it will not be affected by radiation. Breast cancer radiation is targeted in that it's not done for the whole body, but then only for the sites that it is needed. Radiation can be combined with chemotherapy and surgery to achieve better treatment outcomes. Radiation is also one of the treatment modalities we can use when breast cancer has gone to what is known as the metastatic phase. Remember that in the metastatic phase, we really are not achieving any cure, but then so that our patients are better able to deal with the symptoms of the breast cancer as it has spread all over the body. When breast cancer is in a metastatic phase, radiotherapy can be targeted to wherever the breast cancer has spread to reduce pain and discomfort associated. This includes bone pain, sometimes pain when it's in the breast or even in the liver. Radiotherapy is available at specialized centers, and there specialized doctors are going to make sure that the patient is able to receive the right dose of radiation without its unwanted side effects. It is a highly specialized form of treatment, and we want to make sure that women who need it are receiving it from the right places. This treatment modality can also cause side effects such as hair loss, diarrhea, anemia, and increased infections similar to chemotherapy. We encourage all women to detect breast cancer early by touching their breast. The earlier we detect it, the quicker and easier it is to treat. Remember to touch the boobs so that we can avoid using higher forms of treatment that will have untoward side effects. Join us again as we complete our talk about the treatment options for breast cancer. See you then.
I would want to congratulate management and staff for how far they've come. GhanaWeb is the biggest portal in Ghana and even in outside Ghana as well. For the people outside Ghana, this is their go-to portal. And anybody outside Ghana will tell you that GhanaWeb is where they get their source of news from. I've had friends who are residing outside Ghana, and anytime there's news about me, and this time it's about me, they hit me up and say, oh, I read this story about you on GhanaWeb, I read this story about you. So it tells me that it is the #1 portal for everybody else, for both of us in Ghana and outside. So I would want to congratulate the management and staff for the work that you've done over the years. And I wish you guys well. I pray for strength, for success, for favor, and for special grace, that you guys will live on to be 50, 70, and 100 years. Congratulations to you guys.
We are here once again to shut it down like we always do. You know how we do. This is Talk Entertainment on GhanaWeb TV. Now, let me give you a little hint about my guest for today. He is mostly in short dyed haircuts. He belongs to a music group and he mostly sings in Ghana. Put all the energy you give me in the song, all the good vibes you give me in the song. Yeah, that song rings a bell, right? Let's catch this quick break. I am yours truly, Elsie Lamar, and you are watching Talk Entertainment on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back from that quick breather. You're welcome to Talk Entertainment. And as usual, this show is proudly sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want, from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small size of pizza, fries, and chicken, one Coca-Cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesdays for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be a part of our midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with our special jollof rice and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 0264 133 397 0264 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. Daku vibes. What were you trying to do?
The jollof doesn't come with fried rice or turkey or anything.
Okay, so I wanted to introduce my guest, but he has introduced himself already.
Hey, hello.
We have Daku Vibes has joined us.
Hi guys, what's happening? I'm out here. We're all about cheesy pizza. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
so, I think I would turkey or what?
The rice.
Yeah, chicken.
It depends on what you want. Chicken, yes.
Special
chicken,
Saturday or Friday for
weekends.
Yes.
Right,
sure.
Special jollof.
We'll go and pass
and fried rice. Yes.
We'll go and pass it. And it's half price too.
Yes.
And then if you buy one, you get one free.
No, that one is on Wednesdays.
No, it's on Wednesday. Hey, and then fully packed too.
When you are going, we have something for you, so don't worry.
Hey, cheesy pizza.
So, welcome. Thank you for coming.
Charlie, thanks for having me.
Welcome,
Charlie,
welcome,
thanks for
welcome.
inviting me. I'm out here, man. Thank you guys so much.
Now, question.
Hey. I'm working on I've been working on songs, myself, my life, so many other things. It's just working.
Okay, I noticed something.
Yeah.
You are usually in dyed short haircuts.
Oh, that was like 2-3 years ago.
No, all the time I see Darko Vibes, he's in short dyed haircuts.
You haven't seen me in like 2, 3, 4 years.
No. But what I saw today is something different.
Oh yeah, Charlie.
Why the braids? Please, let's see your braids.
Charlie,
let's see your braids.
Want to see braids?
Hey, Charlie, not be small zigzag.
Yeah, I'm saying flyboy vibes all day, bro.
But why the braids though? Why did you decide to change your look?
I mean, I'm a very, very spontaneous person, so I guess I got bored and then this is how I feel now. Basically, it's not any big deal.
But we know you. I think. Okay, let me speak for myself.
Yeah.
I love the Darko Vibes with the dyed hair.
I'm so
because that's what we know you for.
Yeah, then you should be watching those videos because I have girls that also like this one. So I want to stick to them. I'm changing inside small. It's
Anyways, normal. you look dapper though.
Thank you. That's what she should be saying. Like I look fly. Jesus.
With your blue spectacles.
Balenciagas. Yeah.
Okay. Anyways.
Balenciagas, baby.
So you took a long break.
No, I won't say I took a long break. I mean, the world took a long break. It's coronavirus. We all had to settle down.
No, but you did. It's like we weren't hearing anything like.
Yeah, because coronavirus.
Do you know what I do sometimes?
But during that period, we had in a song, we had confirm, we had things going on. But like, as for me, and then the rest of the world, not at the Asan, we all had to sleep. But not music was still happening. Music was still going on. Yeah.
But you archived, or should I say, you hid some of your pictures. I constantly go on your Instagram to check. Then I'll see only one post. What is happening? What is happening?
Refreshing.
Nothing.
Refreshing. I was refreshing, like finding my source.
Did something happen? Like was it like you were depressed or something?
No. That's what I'm saying. I was finding my source. You know what I'm saying? Like, eventually I got bored with like what I was doing and wherever I was going. I was like, okay, let me find a new source. And that's me. Like, I'm spontaneous. Like, I don't like sticking to one thing. I get bored easily. So then every day I have like different moods. That's just it.
Then boom, after the Jemapel came, all the pictures came back.
No, not all the I've been posting, but I just highlighted some 1 or 2 ones that like I went back and was like, okay, these pictures still are powerful, so let me put them back there. But apart from that, I didn't really put like everything back.
Okay, your Jemapel song.
Yeah. Jemapel.
Why Jemapel? Is it that you want to attract the French market?
Yes, I do. And secondly, you know, like I've been telling like my friends and other people that Ghana is, and we all know, like Ghana is a very, very friendly country. We engage a lot of cultures out here. So me, as I go to school, I learned a lot of French, and I think French is very sexy. So when I heard the beat, it gave me that French energy, that French wind your waist energy. And then while recording, Jemapel just fell inside. I was like, damn, it slaps, and I was like, we move.
So, was it difficult getting Davido on that song?
I mean, it's first and foremost, Davido is like a big brother to me. He's been like being supportive, like giving me guidelines. Most of his friends are like my friends, and then the team also like really held it down for me. So I wouldn't say it was that difficult. And Davido really came through. Like, met him out there in the club. I was like, big bro, yo, I dig what you're doing. I was like, me too, I feel you. So I was like, big bro, I'm working on my album, please bless me. I was like, yo, come and visit me in my apartment. Pull up to the apartment, play me something. Played him a couple of songs. And then I played Jemapel. It was like, damn, I love this one. Hopped on it. Had to come all the way, come and shoot the video with me. come and wear kente, struggling. Do you know how heavy the kente was?
I saw this, but
bro, the kente is heavy. That video had to like carry this kente as a burden and perform it.
But he liked it.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, it really came through for me. So I wouldn't say that it was difficult. It was actually a very, very smooth and very, very adventurous one, I would say.
But I must commend you though. You were repping Ghana in that video. Like the fact that you wore the kente. The video also wore the kente.
Even spoke Ghana and everything.
Yes, he spoke Ghana.
Yeah.
What was the line he said?
Chio ben kemuko ao min sumabo
check it out me like how is it me yadabo
check it out min check it boy.
Oh, I see. So yeah, before I was coming on this show, people asked me to ask you that there's this assertion that they carry that Davido kind of dominated the song.
Yes, that's the whole point. That's the whole point. The point is
so it was intentional.
Comparison is a thief of joy, of course. Like it was a collaboration, and the reason why I put Davido in there is for Davido to dominate the song and then throw light on me. Yo, that's Davido, and I'm upcoming as hell to him and like to the rest of the world. So the point was for Davido to dominate the song, and then for me to own the song as well.
Speaking of upcoming, I think you are not upcoming. You've given us Stay Woke. Yeah. You've given us Tomorrow.
I mean,
you've given
like
us
Ghana
hits upon
Ghana
hits.
is a small place. Like looking at like what I'm envisioning. Yeah, I would say that.
Okay, I should have asked you this question earlier, but we know you as Darko Vibes.
Yes.
There's a lot that we don't know about you, including your fans and all of that. Can you tell us something little about your background?
So I'm Andrew Darko, that's my name. March born, 14th March born. I grew up in various places in Accra. If you know, you know.
Please, those who don't know.
I'm coming. I'll get there. If you know, you know. It's for the crowd still.
Okay.
So, Labadia Papa. I grew up at Labadia Papa. I grew up at Malang Bawe. I stayed at Kaswa Millennium City for a while. I was at North Carnation with Joey B. At some point, I came to Spintex, Villain Sounds with my guys, Lamen, and then still Joey B. I was staying at Jamestown, Ghana House. If you know, you know. I went to Otcas, Accra High Street, it's right across. So, me, my whole life, it's Accra.
Big gun boy.
I'm a full gun boy. Hey! I feel like I traveled the whole Accra.
Hey, no be small journey from.
Yes. Yeah.
Wow. What about your parents, siblings? You know.
My siblings. Oh, I have a very big extended family. Like my dad likes girls, so it can't happen. So I have my brothers with plenty.
You have plenty brothers.
I have plenty brothers and sisters.
Like how many?
I'll start right now. By the time I go finish, you guys say, okay, guys, the show has ended. We have to finish over here. And then maybe we won't talk about.
Do you even know some, or do you know, or there are some that till now you don't even know about?
As life goes on, yeah, you never know.
You keep meeting.
You never know. As our fathers are still alive,
your father is watching the show.
As long as our fathers are alive, you never know. They are still men, you know.
Your mom, your parents are still together?
I mean, I lost my mom a few years ago. Yeah.
Bless her soul.
Yeah, that's
so you're what, the big brother or?
For my mom's side, I'm the eldest. For my dad's side, I'm like the third. Okay. I don't know. By the end of the year, or the end of our whole lives, we'll know if I'm really the third. But as it stands here, I'm the third. Every day shifts.
I see. Yeah. As you were talking, you made mention of Lamem. Are you guys still together?
Oh yeah, as a collective, definitely. We're even working on an album right now called True Colors, which you guys should like watch out for that. It's going to be talking about our vulnerabilities, our L's, our W's. It's going to be like as real as it gets. And then hopefully we are going to do our concerts, which we do annually. We haven't done it for 2 years. 2 years because of this Corona thing. But this year we are looking at doing it, something very intimate and personal for our people.
I know you are going to say it was because of COVID, but before COVID, you guys sort of splitted. I don't want to use the word splitted, but we were not together.
As a collective, it's like there's Wu-Tang or G unit, and then one guy lives inside, and then you say the G unit split. No, it's a collective. It's not a group. If let's say VIP 4x4, somebody goes, they split. Right now there's no 4x4 because it's a group. We are a collective, so whether you are there or you are not there, like, have you heard a song with all of us in it before?
No.
It has never happened before in the history of mankind. So you should know, like, it's a collective. Let's collaborate. Then we do a compilation. That's what you guys love. But it's not like a group thing. It's just to put ourselves together and to define what we stand for, or as a group of people. Do you understand where they come from? Yeah. But I mean, people like to term it as a group and then have their own opinions and everything. But like, as you can see, we are still strong as a collective. Yeah.
If you say so.
I know so.
Okay, so it's time for Discovery segment, and Barbara Boni is on standby.
How are you, Jack, my fine? Zogabana Kefe Mini, are you shy? Abua Shaman this time you can bite. Yes, in the pie, then see I winning am. Menya bonnet and so ne me ham. Kusia wapie, sika wadie, my enemies where they plot and plan against me. Plenty evil things we do for my back, oh. I might not see, but I know say kuku seko. Nipa huye huo. Nione na monu wane beyo. Nione ne kwabanu wanu wane beyo. Hey, I don't wanna say that. Oh, now, oh, yeah, me. Enviness and jealousy, but still not me.
Yeah, Coach Onyina.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming to the Discovery
Thank
segment.
Music, you know, you see more. I check a cry. Your friend, Coach Onyina. Me started with rap. And you go so yeah. But a trainer, and I'm going to say high life, you know. Idea, a water da, na a say, maybe 200 more. Now, be one high life, no, it me find into my pa ifra. And on the way, no, and a big jai rap, no, and I'm be far high life, no. Be our industry, be a say it's not easy to come out. Be a say music and I can a spiritual thing. Your friend, it's not easy to say, obit me, I can say, me, just a whoop, a desire, a spiritual thing. And it's easy, oh, firm bar, because you have a question, and you just I know you say, be a, oh, mammy, be an upper baby or pen or a jowl. It's a MP, the channel class, nip or wow, any idea, because Ghana, any label, Ghana, any label. And Nipana Biana Bay or Babuao or Babuano, Abuano, Adu Abu Bia, because we say, and son of Binya label be Amanasu more. Say, why you no cry, so be crab a sham or I say, Obe Promutua, adding. You say Nipano, what dear be anyone adding. But I say, and Kabum, but Kamisu say na ye kan hu bom seba akofo a yebetimi apevue amenya label kra Ghana kese a beboae but say ano enka bom ni ho we bege say we beka te basa na e twa ho na ntini ama ntimi nduro bi wo say yekọ ti da bia obi ya edu tam bia na say onjai no fan so she but music no e big thing enya small o say musician say kasa nke duru ba bi but omomma sa kwan because you need kabum unity no it's not there didn't KOACH coach no KO means strong a Coach Onyina ONYINA Coach Onyina IG Facebook YouTube hey what do you see you free fee ko pesi kabantina yenda. How are you, Jack, my fine? Zugabana Cafe Mini, are you shy? Abu, I was shaman to him this time you can't bite. Yes, in the pie, then see I winning am. Menya bonnet and so ne me ham. Kusie wapie, sika wadie, my enemies where they plot and plan against me. Plenty evil things where you do for my back, oh. I might not see, but I know say kuku seko. Nipa huye huo. The only na one beyo, the only ne koba no one beyo. Hey, I don't wanna say that. Oh, now, oh, yeah, me. Enviness and jealousy, but still, na me. What do you say? 1,000 years, no puncher.
You get bad mind, no be say you be baddest. Kwama wa telewo wajimanche. One yellow when guru one there. Money sweet but get to me the problem. Open your mind, be your awareness. No one knows you war, we never back oh. Roddy enemy up, smoke like ganja. Jungle party is a link up. Chill bank chemical. Oh, minsumable. Check it out, me at tabo.
Check it out, J my pal, J my pal, J my pal, J my pal, me pal, what's it? My pal, J my pal, J my pal,
yeah. Oh, your body choco, so tell me what's the cocoa? Be like I don't jogo, you got a body ever sexy. Ooh, high grade sexy. Ooh, yo man, new single Je m'appelle featuring Davido. Go check it out, guys. Go check it out.
So we are back after that interesting discovery segments with Barbara Bonnie. Of course, Darko Vibes ushered us in with Je m'appelle. You should go check it out. It's the newest and hottest single in town. You should go check it out. Darko Vibes. Yeah. All through the Je m'appelle, not all through the Je m'appelle, but I've realized that you like incorporating the Ghana language in your songs.
I'm Ghana, like I can't even help it. I can't even help it. I've been trying very hard to like put English in my songs because certain times, like the way I'm trying, like the things that I want to say and how I want to say it in Ghana, I'm going to feel it in my spirits more than I say it in English. But right now, I'm learning to like connect to the English part of it too more, so that we can sell it to the world. But I cannot help it. I like this. Always going to be Ghana in my shit.
I thought maybe you want to toe Chinese lane, or you want to toe Adams lane, or
yes,
you want to toe, you know, you want to represent the Ghana.
That's what I'm saying. They're
tribe.
Legends. They're legends, and they started something very important. Fast forward, I'm still feeding off their energy. So yes, I want to carry what they started. I want to take it to the next level. Yes.
I see.
Proudly.
Earlier you mentioned something. You made mention something. You said Ghana is small.
Yes.
In the context.
Yes. Ghana is very small.
People come here when they want to blow, especially Nigerians.
Because Ghanaians are very, very influential. We have very, very good taste. We don't do quantity. We do quality. So everybody understands that. So when they come here for that quality taste, it's not that they want to blow. They're already blown, but they know that when they come here, they are going to go away from all the noise and then come and acquire taste. Do you understand? And that's what they are selling to the world.
But what's your take on the fact that Ghanaians, you see how Nigerians troop into the country to sell their stuff?
I feel like Ghanaians too should go there more.
Why don't they go there? What do you think the problem is?
Why are we not going? Why are we not going? Why are we not going? I've asked them. But I mean, they go. Okay. I've asked them, but I mean, I go sometimes.
You go there?
Yeah, I go sometimes. I mean, I'll be going there like next week to continue my media run. So I'll go to Nigeria. I mean, I haven't been there for 2 years, but every year before Corona, I was going to Nigeria.
So before you continue talking, it's time for us to munch on our pizza.
Scrumptious.
You see, because it's cheesy pizza, the cheese.
I have such a cheesy.
So
but I'm extremely full. If I
you at least a bite. One bite. We beg you.
Let me take my own.
I'm taking it for you.
Oh, let me take it for you.
Okay.
Take your own. Buy you bites. Now you're coming to feed me.
No.
Feed yourself.
Oh, niamu.
Take some. Let me hold it for you right here. Okay, let's do pizza cheers. Right?
Pizza
cheers. I like
It tastes nice, right?
Tasty and delicious. Cheesy pizza. Let me piano juice and shit. Hey. Hello. Hey.
Darko Vibes, you're coming.
Now we're then.
It's meat.
Yeah, I see the meat.
It has meat, all kinds of
chicken?
meat.
I see chicken. Yeah, I see. So it's assorted pizza.
Yeah, assorted meat pizza.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey.
Oh, can I tam box nam dia ma?
Oh, that be. Okay, skanky.
Uni nkwale so
wa kwala. We know that now boss.
Okay, let me close it.
Packaging, package. The coffee, they are in fine. The coffee, they are in that's it. That's it.
Taco vibes. You should try comedy.
Say, let's real. Oh,
But you got man, yeah. I can feel that from home. But still come you.
And I make sure. So now, open share me. I've enjoyed it.
Your tree is bad.
Very, very bad. Very, it sucks. But I mean, my tree people love it. They love the fact that I'm trying to like understand and speak like them. So,
okay,
yeah.
I'll ask you a question in tree.
Yes, sir.
In Ghana for. See, I'm acting like my tree is better, but it's not any good. But
I don't know what you want to say. I'll keep quiet.
So, in Ghana for push for.
I think that's a personal question. Me sure say a personal question. I feel like Obiambisa ne hunsa question. Obiambisa ne because me dear, I cannot tell.
In artist space, no. What do you think the problem is?
Artist space. I'm getting all the support too. Charlie, all my friends are holding me down. When I see Kitty posting it every day, Black Sherry wasting it the way. Obiade, I'm cool.
but you have
my support
heard,
is so cool.
You have monitored that there's this, you know.
I've monitored and I've seen that the love is great and I'm enjoying it.
That could vibes die rough, no.
And you're rough now, I mean, you catch your no credit. You should check online because I'm posting. Jackie is dancing to it. Promise knows the lyrics before the song drop.
They're all in your camp.
Jackie is not in my camp.
Okay, Promise.
Jackie is my sister. But that's what I'm saying. But he still likes it. See Black Sheriff. Look at this one. Oxley, he sang the song with me. I consider remix.
He sang the gun.
No, yeah, he did some backing, some ad-libs, and I was like, damn, why didn't I think of this?
Do Ghanaians do quality music?
Yes, very, very well. Oh, like people come here to come and study quality music from ET Mensa, them at time tone. So and yeah,
are you sure?
Very, very extremely
but
sure.
People come out to say yeah, the songs we produce are not of good quality, and that's why we don't get awards internationally. But Sarkodie has been getting awards internationally. Grammy, no, and you're saying and Crawford started so much, and you're my home America cry. Why? Obeja my own.
Amen. It's all about support. Like you guys should just support, keep pushing Ghana music, and we to the artists, no. More pay free stuff, no more jai. Yeah, bruh. Jesus.
I noticed that on your Pan Logo album, you were doing directing.
I was doing it.
You were doing some directing on some of your songs. Placebo. Did you direct Placebo?
Oh, we direct most of our videos, like almost all, because during the recording process, we already kind of like know the kind of video we want to shoot for the song or the kind of mood that I want to like give to the.
So you're not just an artist; you direct as well.
I don't take.
But you're not taking
pleasure in that as saying that I'm a director. I just love art. And it is my piece of art that I'm working on. So I just like to collaborate with other creatives to bring it into manifestation.
What's your view on spending so much on music videos? Do you think that we should put in...
Spend on it. Yeah, spend on it. Wear the clean clothes. Iron it nice. Let the AC blow on you. Let your skin tone. Let them grade it well. Let them give you the best camera, best lighting. It goes a long way.
And in terms of props, money... flashy cars.
If you want to put flashy cars in there, flash that thing, flash it all up. That's how I feel. If you can afford it, if you cannot afford it, go for the minimal approach. But still, let it be clean, let it be nice. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, now Papa say or person we suffer.
Me Papa, yeah, me Papa, they're not person me and Yama P. Because if you are growing up, you know your parents. They usually, us men, we sometimes we go wayward. So our parents want to like show us the way to go and go and do this, giving us options. But I mean, my dad has been saying that since I was a kid. They said I'll be a pastor. So obviously me, I don't sag. Even I'm saying some shit baggy pants. I know what you to.
But also for no pipeline anymore, and I say we travel. Would you still try to toe that line?
I mean, I did, and I'm a very spiritual person. Yes, I believe in enlightenment. I believe in self-awareness. I practice those things, and I believe that it's going to take me my whole life to purposely understand myself and know my purpose. So that's what I'm focused on, myself and loving myself inside out. So if as me and they sit down, there's so many times when like me and Omar still in the sit down and we have spiritual conversations, and he'll be teaching me because he's also learning from other teachers. So what we are doing is that we teach ourselves to be enlightened, to be aware, and to know that we are in the present. So that's what we are doing. If fast forward, we are talking to people and then they are relating and they are following the vibes. That's what's up. But I won't sit here and say that I'm a pastor because Charlie, I'm living life, Charlie.
But would you consider it anytime soon or in the near future?
No, I'm just chilling.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to be a pastor's wife?
No.
But you want me to be a pastor? Charlie. you want to make the world sweet me.
So artists tattooing other artists on their bodies. What's your take on it? Do you think it should
that's their relationship, and we should respect that. After that, everybody should mind their business. If artists they tattoo other artists for body, that's their cup of tea.
But would you ever consider that?
If I feel this guy to a level that I feel like putting the guy on my skin, why not?
Your brother can promise.
My brother can promise. I can shape the santo on my hand somewhere. It's cool. It's never just if I put some star on the santo, make it shine.
Daku Vibes, what's your view on LGBT?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with my sexuality and I'm sticking to that.
Let's move away from LGBT. Me Johnny. Okay, Daku Vibes. Do you have friends who are
plenty? Plenty. When I was in senior high school, like I had friends. I hang with everybody. Just do your thing, and I'm doing my thing. I hang with my friends. You know how many people that I've met that are like that across the world, but we're all family. Plenty. They're even watching, I'm sure. Hello.
Is it because of that you don't want to state your stance?
I don't have any stand. My stand is where I'm standing, me, myself. I can't stand in somebody's stand for them.
But do you think Ghana is handling the issue in the right way?
Time will tell. Time will tell. I mean, it just started, so let's give it some time.
Wizkid, Omar Sterling, Can Promise, and whose name has Kill Beats. Okay.
It goes on and on.
It goes on and on. What's your relationship with them?
It's family ties. Family ties. Spend like 24 hours with them every day.
I hear you guys live in the same house.
We don't. You see, we don't live in the same house, but we are 24/7 together. I wake up in the morning, leave my house, and go to Killer's house around 6. So it's my job. I go there. I told Killer, your house be my 9 to 5. That's what I told Killer. So if I wake up in the morning, I go to Killer's house. If Killer wakes up in the morning, he'll come to my place, and that's what we do all the time. And we hang out 24/7 every day.
So now that I have someone very close to Kill Beats, I want to know, like, can you tell me what really ensued about him, his passports being stolen and all that? Has he retrieved
Charlie, the
it
person
yet?
to the trial. Charlie, after this, I'll call him and find out. I didn't find out before coming. After this, I just. And somehow beside me, I'm telling you the truth of it, but maybe who wouldn't say me.
But how is the situation like now?
He hasn't found it, but right now, like I'm saying, like he hasn't found it. I haven't heard anything. But like me myself, as you mentioned, right now, I'm saying that after here, myself, I'll call and find out, and you'll be around. Maybe we'll have them together. The next time on the show, just to say, okay. So after that, I spoke to Daku, and he said before the show starts.
So when you were shooting the video for Je M'appelle, what were some of the challenges that you encountered during the shoot?
First and foremost, I would say funds. Secondly, I would say time. Because I had limited time. Like, this guy is in and out of the country. He's not here to stay. So you have a song. I have to come up with an idea now. Make sure that within a day or two, with the same ginger that he has for the song, we shoot the video. Shoot the video. Make sure that he will come. The video will come to the video shoots. Those were the most hardest.
It was hard getting him on set.
Oh yeah, it was very tired. Like when he came set, he went to perform some wedding somewhere. So when he comes, it was tired. Every 5 minutes, so then he talked to us like, "Hey Charlie, this guy hold me down." In my head, I was just thanking him. So I said, "Hey Charlie, it's Kapana guy. He did check me say, oh mommy's car because."
So he didn't charge you for the feature.
Oh, Adeleke, how will Adeleke charge me for a feature now? You're talking to Mr. Adeleke. Wow.
Money house.
Money house.
30 billion gang.
30 BG. You, how you go feel tell 30 BG? 30 BG say make you give out something for this. Oh, he really just held me down out of love, man. I'm not even gonna lie. And he's been supportive, Charlie. Thank him so much.
But what were some of the interesting moments during the shoot?
Oh, when he wrapped the kente and then he was performing and stuff. At some point, I had to carry him in a palanquin. And then he was really scared, like, so we're getting it from here.
The way he talks.
You sure? You sure? So now,
He's scared. He thought he would fall.
Charlie, because he was high in the sky, and then the guys, you never know. Some of the fans, they can panic, you know. They're not at the end of Juruga. Charlie, so I guess that was like, for me, one of like my most interesting moments. Yeah.
Okay, but how's the response for you? Do you think it's encouraging, it's positive enough?
Yeah, it's been very, very positive, because like when we put it out, everything is organic. Like if you go and check YouTube, it trended on YouTube. It's been trending on YouTube for like ever since it dropped. Number one, it's doing very well on all the DSPs. My friends, my fans, my family, my colleagues, everyone is calling me and telling me, yo, you have one, you got one, yo, this is hard, yo, this is hard, don't sleep on this one, bro, promote it. Like, everybody's just calling and giving me positive vibes. If I meet my friends and family in town, yo, come on to Tapel, I say, je m'appelle Dako. They say, I don't like Dako, what's to Pony, I'm one to Dako. So this is like the French interactions that I'm having with my friends, fans, and family now. So I'm going to even go and tighten and broaden my French a little bit, because I need it, it's important. Can't stand it when I go somewhere and then parler français, the person that I stand there like, dude.
Paul, what's your most difficult moment in the industry?
My most difficult moment in the industry? When you are charging money. When you are charging people for money, it's very hard in this industry. Charlie! If they can't perform to you, they can't charge her. They don't want to give you. Not Daniel Sam. After they're not for a job. That's the hardest. And
why don't they want to pay?
We started hosting our own shows. Sometimes people will come to Lamem shows. We have wax sound, wax stage, whatever. But at least we're like, yo, we want to do this and want to do this thing by ourselves. I mean, even if you are not going to pay us, we know that we have the people and the fans that love us. No matter what. Sometimes if they can come and it's not even a show again, it turns into a link up. Then we just go draw from the stage because it sounds bad. Then we start to chat the tier. Like them shows, that's how it is.
What's the smallest amount you have been paid?
We've spent a lot of money in and out. So I don't remember. I don't really count. But I remember that I went to perform somewhere before, and then one of my friends asked me that, do I want my future or I want to get the money some now? I know that they paid the guy, but the guy said.
Do you want your future, say?
Yeah, I said, do I want my future? Do I want to keep doing this? So I want the money now. I've been saying that, so do I want to save this money so that we save it, maybe invest it or whatever it is, or I want to chop the money now? And we didn't get anything from this guy till today.
But what did you choose among the two options?
I chose my future. What else?
And the future stuff you don't get out.
Yeah, they sit here today at the chop inside. The future, and I don't do inside. Can you imagine this life?
What's the way forward for you? Albums, EP, what should we expect?
Yeah, so we should be expecting more singles. Hopefully a tour next year, Vibes to the World tour. That's what I've been planning, and then an album maybe. You never know, but like the only way is up. That's like the only way we are going, like all the way up. Yeah.
Your last words to your fans?
Yo, Nime Kename, it's your boy Dako Vibes, and I want to say I love you guys so much. You guys have been very, very supportive, like at the film over here. I want to tell you guys that keep going on. We'll keep pushing. We're going to change the narrative. And then I say that I can't wait to touch you guys again, crowd surf and things, you know what I'm saying? I can't wait to do all of that. So you guys should stay tuned for more Dako Vibes experience. Mad up. Go check me out on all platforms. It is Dako Vibes. Darko Vibes, one word, on all media platforms. It's very easy for you. I didn't want you to stress. I'll say that, okay, go here and then there's some underscore, pass here and then there's some. No. All is one word. Darko Vibes, Snapchat, Instagram, IG, that's the Instagram, right? Facebook, FB, that's Facebook, right? Yeah, all of them.
OnlyFans.
Go check. No. Hey, you are on OnlyFans. Hey, she's on OnlyFans. So, hey, we're a bad bee. We're a bad bee. Hey.
Passion Mini OnlyFans. Oh, no. Where can we stream your music?
So you can check out my music on all media platforms. Spotify, Apple Music, YouTube, Tidal, Deezer, Urban Row, DC Leakers. The song is there everywhere. If you want to download for free, go and download for free. If you want to stream and support me, go and stream online on all these other platforms and pay and support me. But apart from that, it's everywhere for you. Those who can pay and those who cannot pay, it's everywhere. Because I love you. Yes, I love you. I love you for real, yeah.
All too soon we have come. Thank you so much, Darko.
Oh, thank you so much for having me, baby. Oh, thank you so much.
All too soon we have come to an end of this edition of Talk Entertainment. But as usual, this show has been sponsored by Cheesy Pizza.
Cheesy Pizza.
Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small size pizza, fries, and chicken. One Coca-Cola drink at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 0264 133 397 0264 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. And they have asked me to give a coupon to Paul.
Hey, coupon, woo. Oh,
report card.
Give me the coupon. It's a coupon from Cheesy Pizza, yay!
Even find the camera on me. Let's forget about Paul. Thanks for watching Talk Entertainment on GhanaWeb TV. Catch you another time. Until then, stay safe and we are out.